Now we are fully on board and online, and we are really rocking. Jan texts, apparently the Duke of York's spokesman. Oh, God, where's this going? It has nothing to do with what we're talking about, being as how I haven't actually started talking about anything yet. But Jan wants to interject straight away. Controversial straight away.
Oh, no.
Jan says apparently the Duke of York's spokesmodel has declined to speak. Whatever they're paid, it's clearly money well spent for that kind of expertise. Okay. All right. Are you sure you're texting me, Jan? How about this one? Let's see what this is like. Hi, Nick. The government will raise £36 billion over 3 years from the national insurance increase. That's more or less what they've wasted or handed to their mates for test and trace. So should this appear on our payslips as the incompetence and corruption levy? Good idea, Mark. That will concentrate people's minds when they go to the polling booths next time. And there's a lot of polls, by the way, that suggest that people may have actually woken up. Wake up, people. It's later than you think. Ricky hey, Ricky, you're so fine. You're so fine, you blow my mind. Hey, Ricky. Texts, maybe the custard hippo should... I like that. Because he went to, one of the Tory donors' factories to advertise their wares, presumably. Why else go there? And he stood in front of this yellow digger and said... referred to it as a custard colossus. Yeah, hey, guess what, Bodge? You're a custard colossus. He said maybe the custard hippo should insist on Sunak opening up his personal £400,000 leisure complex to the public free of use. Yeah, it's Richie Fishy Sunak. You know Fishy Sunak, don't you? No! Yeah, that's him. He's not the nice person that he... Just because he's got a nice smile doesn't mean to say he's a nice person. Yeah, he's opening up his a leisure complex for all the public to come and enjoy. No, just him. Just him. Bruce says, not so pretty Patel is going to turn migrants around and send them to France. Should we warn Emma Raducanu? Emma Raducanu. She's the tennis person, isn't she? Is she the tennis person? Is she the tennis person?
Yes, that's the one.
Emma Raducanu. I like the news, by the way. The newsreader said an English tennis player has just won. It's a doubles match with some foreigner whose name we don't have. It was something like that. It went by in a bit of a blur, and it went by in a blur because I am on a massive amount of drugs right now. I am up to my gum line in drugs. You wouldn't believe what I'm on right now. I've had a toothache, like massive, huge, enormous toothache. Seriously, nobody has ever suffered more than I am suffering right now.
Stop whining.
And nothing seems to work. I was having a chat with, I think she was a chemist, a couple of weeks ago. And she was going on about how people come into her shop and ask for stuff with codeine in it. I need some codeine. And apparently they're hooked on it. Well, yeah, I've been taking codeine all week long, and I'm not too hooked on it. I just need it morning, lunch and dinner, that's all. No, it doesn't give you anything at all. I don't see what the big deal is. Codeine. I'm on codeine, I'm on aspirin, I'm on paracetamol, I'm on caffeine. There's a list of things that come with the drugs that I'm on that says that this medicine will cause your heart to explode out of your chest like the alien monster. May cause death. But apart from that, I'm on like caffeine and codeine and aspirin and paracetamol, and I'm on like Disprin and aspirin, but I can handle it. I'm just feeling a bit numb at the moment, that's all. 0345 6060 973, text 84850, email nicka@lbc.co.uk, and if you're on Twitter, it's @lbc. Hey kids, just say no. In fact, just say no thank you. I mean, good manners don't cost nothing, do they?
Be polite!
This is LBC.
Sunny's on, windows down, music up. Enjoy the summer with 0% APR. and an extra £500 deposit contribution towards a new Renault Clio or Captur this September. Visit renault.co.uk/voucher to download your voucher or visit your local dealer. PCP Renault Finance, subject to status, over 18s, finance customers only. Order by 30th September, participating dealers only. Excludes E-Tech versions. T's and C's apply. See renault.co.uk/voucher.
Love the feeling of being out on the road with the sun on your face and the wind in your hair? Get that feeling. Join the AA today. Our mechanics will usually get you going again in around 30 minutes of arrival. Plus, with unlimited call-outs, we'll always be there when you need us. Switch to the UK's #1 breakdown service from £6 a month. We'll get you back on the road. Join today at theaa.com. New customers only. T's and C's apply. For #1 verification, go to theaa.com/UK's #1.
Do you remember when Uber drivers won their claim for benefits owed? Yeah, well now Addison Lee drivers can make a claim too. Lee Day is bringing a no-win, no-fee claim, and I hear if it's successful, we could get in the region of £12,000 each in compensation. What have we got to lose?
If you are or were an Addison Lee driver, you could be eligible for £12,000 in compensation. So text CLAIM to 82727 or search Addison Lee Claim.
This is the sound of business owners bossing their day with Sage.
Fish delivery, bossed. Invoices, sorted.
Clients work out, boss. Expenses smashed.
Tax return, done.
Take control of business with new financial tools from Sage. Boss it. Try for free at sage.com. Terms and conditions apply.
At Lloyds Bank, we're by your side as you care for those that cared for you.
As Mum was so independent, it was difficult to step in to take over Mum's finances.
And I think as the dementia got worse, we had to take more control, which it was tricky. It is tricky.
We've worried nights and nights, but she's secure and safe.
Yeah. When the time comes to help a parent with their finances, we can offer expert support and guidance, like our Power of Attorney service. Lloyds Bank, by your side.
We're Choked Up, young Londoners who want you to hear our voice in the fight for cleaner air.
Too many Londoners live in areas with illegal pollution levels, mainly caused by vehicle pollution.
We say
it's time to act. That's why TfL is expanding the ultra-low emission zone.
But there's more we can all do
to fight for clean air. Join us. Be part of the solution. Search TfL Air Quality.
To the Mayor of London and TfL, every journey matters.
Nick Abbott on LBC. Call 0345 6060 973.
Right, so what we doing?
Gibbon, we're doing a radio show, but it does remind me that I do a podcast with Carol McGiffin, which I think you will find a delight. It's called What's Your Problem with Nick and Carol, in which Carol McGiffin and I try to solve people's problems while not laughing too much and failing on every count. If you want us to have a bash at your issue, you could either send it to somebody who knows what they're talking about, or you could send it to the following address, nickandcarol@global.com. That's nickandcarol@global.com. And prepare for total satisfaction. The name of that podcast, What's Your Problem with Nick and Carol. Ask for it by name on an internet near you. First call, concert. Hello, Sean.
Hello, son. How are you doing?
Great, mate.
Two quick points for you. The first point for your toothache, oil of cloves, mate. You can't beat it. Oil of cloves.
I've had a couple of pints already this evening, and it's done nothing.
You can't beat oil of cloves for toothache, mate. It's absolutely fantastic stuff.
Okay, then.
Right. We're ahead of the polls, thank God. Hey, it's took us long enough, hasn't it?
I can't believe it. I am stunned. It'll be a blip, I bet you.
It's a party for me, I tell you. I'm over the moon.
You're having a party.
Brian from Stockton have begun doolally. Right. Brian, stuff it up, you little bugger. Yeah.
All right, thanks a lot, Sean. I love it when callers start picking fights with each other. This is the YouGov poll, the Times survey results. The sample size, 1,657 concerned citizens answered a question between the 8th and 9th of September this year. Headline voting intention. As in, who are you going to vote for if an election was called tomorrow? Conservatives, 33%. Labour, 35%. Oh, my God, that last bloke was right. It took long enough, didn't it? Good grief. A week ago, it was the Conservatives on 38% and Labour on 34%. Now Labour are on 35% and the Conservatives are on 33%. The Liberal Democrat... You remember the Liberal Democrats, don't you?
No.
Yeah, they used to be a thing. They're up 2 on 10. And look at the Greenies. The Greenies are on 9%.
Groovy.
They used to be the 3 or 4% party. Now they're the 9 or 10% party.
Yowza.
Good going, Greenies. But, and it's a huge, giant, wobbly but.
Oh, no.
Here is the actual statistic that matters. Now, I know that, to give them their due, YouGov said that this is the headline voting intention, weighted by likelihood to vote, excluding those who would not vote, don't know, or refused. Yeah, I'll believe that when I see it. Because here is the age breakdown. Break it down. 18 to 24s would vote for the Labour Party. 50% of 18 to 24s would vote Labour. 50%. That's almost half. The Conservatives are on 9 amongst the young uns. Now, 25 to 49, when people are most economically active, bizarrely, they would vote for the Labour Party by a percentage of 42. 42% of 25 to 49s would vote for Labour. That's surprising. Only 26 for the cons. But when you get over 50, it all changes. 50 to 64-year-olds... the switch happens there. Conservatives are on 35 and Labour on 32. And for 65 plus, oh my God, they've never even heard of the Labour Party. 50 is almost the exact mirror image of the young uns. Labour would hoover up half of the votes of the 65 plus. So keep all of that in mind. Over 50, it goes Conservative. And, crucially... they asked, are you absolutely certain to vote? And, of course, the young ones aren't. They can't be bothered. Because, it's like so boring. and I forgot. And they're all the same anyway. Nothing ever changes, More, I mean this with great love and affection, kids. You're all morons. The 18 to 49-year-olds, only 48% of them will be absolutely certain to vote. If you're 50 plus, 67%. So that's it. It's over. Tories win again. 67% above 50. 48% below 50. Morons. We're surrounded by morons. But that was a pretty big turnaround, don't you think? In 1 week. The Conservative Party had an unassailable lead, and it was pretty much where it has been for like the last year. 38%, 40%, there or thereabouts. And in 1 week, it flipped. So what changed in those 7 days? An extra 1.25% on national insurance, that's what. So think about it. A combination of the worst death rate and the worst economic hit from coronavirus didn't do it. The hundreds of thousands of ill and dead didn't do it. The running down of the health service in the last 11 years didn't do it. The austerity that forced councils to close pools and libraries and decrease care and shut services didn't do it. The running down of the police service, the cuts to the magistrates' courts and the consequent rise in crime didn't do it. The billions of pounds of our money washing up on the shores of distant tax havens and into the accounts of donors and friends didn't do it. And the constant gaslighting and lying and phony promises, none of that mattered at all. But tax people an extra 1.25% on their national insurance, and oh my God, the roof falls in on their support. It's good to know where our priorities lie. Solely with ourselves. We don't care about anything. Let's have a call in Weather Central, Glasgow. Hello, Paul.
Good evening, Nick.
Yes, Paul.
How are you?
Great, mate.
It was just to give you a wee update. This is your weather correspondent reporting from Glasgow.
Righto.
As we spoke about a week or two ago, I spoke to you. I might have been about a week late, but we did hit 81 degrees on Wednesday just past here in Glasgow.
Wow.
So I thought I had bragging rights on you, so I thought I'd give you a wee call.
81 degrees. That is incredible. Do you have anything to wear when it's 81 degrees?
Well, I think I told you last time it's caps off weather, as in
caps
no
off.
tops on.
Right. Oh,
yes.
tops off. Right.
Yes.
Right.
And just another thing, when you mentioned you were taking the odd Anodin and so on.
Yes.
I could do with a few Anodin tonight.
Couple of 3 Anodin?
Well, there's a large-scale concert going on in Glasgow Green, the Transmit concert. It's only 2 streets away from me.
Oh, yeah.
And everything in my living room has been vibrating with the bass.
So who's playing?
I kid you not. Sorry, who's playing?
Yeah, who's playing?
I'm not sure tonight, but tomorrow I've got Liam Gallagher to look forward to on the main stage.
Oh, Liam Gallagher.
Boring.
Yeah, no thanks.
So a few of the bands pulled out today from what I've seen due to coronavirus. So
Did they?
I think yes, a few people pulled out. It was in the media. So I think they filled the gaps with that. But as I say, when you're sitting here just a few streets away, if it's quite large scale, it's like Glasgow Green's equivalent to your Hyde Park.
Right. So they're having it large with Liam Gallagher. Anybody want to see Liam Gallagher?
No.
Not really. No, not without Oasis. Thanks all the same. Not remotely interested.
I see you're not mentioning that weather that I was bragging about, getting the bragging rights. 81 degrees.
81 degrees. Yes. You won't see that again.
No.
But you will always be able to talk about it.
I might get a T-shirt and send it to you.
Yeah.
Glasgow 81.
And I'll be sure not to put it on.
I'm sure you won't.
Tops off. Thanks a lot, Paul. 0345 6060 973. This T-shirt is not for wearing. It's for waving around your head in celebration. All that excellent Liam Gallagher music. No thanks. I appreciate it, but thank you, no.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No.
No. Tom tweets, Nick, last week you were talking about contemporary art. If Bodge was a piece of art, I think it would be Tracy Emin's Unmade Bed. Karen texts, rub Sensodyne toothpaste on the tooth and gum. You can thank me later. It truly works. Yeah, well, I do that. I brush with Sensodyne toothpaste. I'm a very sensitive person. Bev says, sorry to hear about your toothache. Have you tried oil of cloves? Oh, God, this again. Oil of cloves. Yeah, I've got oil of cloves. Just rub it around the affected area. What, like my head, you mean? Usually does the trick, says Bev. I think I'm going to have to get my tooth taken out. This is incredibly annoying because I've had a cap put on. They took a cap off. That's what they call it, don't they? Cap. Like a cap. Not a cap, a cap on my tooth. It wasn't a gentleman's outfitter. It was a dentist's. Did I make that clear? Yeah. Well, I had a cap. Whatever you call it. What do you call it? What do you call a cap on your tooth?
A cap?
A cap is the right answer. Yeah. So they took one off and then they put one on again. Of course, you can't get an NHS dentist for love nor money. Can you get an NHS dentist for love nor money?
No.
No. So, have you any idea how much a dentist costs? Oh, my God. I am stunned. And so he put a cap on, and, of course, the problem does not lie with the cap. The problem lies with what's beneath. So I think I paid as much for a cap as you would reasonably be expected to pay for a second-hand car, and I think they're going to have to rip the whole thing out and chuck it away. Can you believe that? Oh, well, never mind. You know me. I never complain.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
0345 6060 973. Yeah, I'm on, codeine and aspirin and paracetamol, and I'm on, I forget. I've read the label. Bev says, that's not funny. What am I laughing for? Bev says, hey, Nick, no, I've read that. See? You see what the drugs are doing? Let this be a lesson to you kids. Don't abuse drugs. Peter says, hey, Nick, do you remember me texting you about Emma Raducanu in Wimbledon? No. Well, now she's the first qualifier ever in the US Open final, ranked 150 in the world. Now do you believe me? Says Peter. She makes tennis a really entertaining game to watch. Well, I don't know, but it doesn't prevent me from having a strong opinion. I'm thinking no. And furthermore... No. Is it as boring as the men's game? Because that is so dull. Why would anybody watch that? Anyway, he says, she makes tennis a really entertaining game to watch, as like you, I can find it pretty boring. P.S. She was ranked 368th in the world at Wimbledon, and her star quality even shone through then. Truly could turn out to be an all-time great, fingers crossed, says Peter. Her star quality? Well, what do you mean by that? But you mean she plays good tennis, or she looks great doing it, Peter? Which do you mean? Because it sounds very much to me like you mean looks good doing it. Isn't that awful? Disgusting. You wouldn't say that about a bloke, would you? 0345 6060 973. You can text to 84850. Email nicka@lbc.co.uk. And if you're on Twitter, it's at LBC. Is this news on tape? Huh?
Yes, it is.
Right, how do I play that in? Everybody in this building knows about this except for me, and I'm the one who's running the blooming desk. So what do I do?
It's on Burley.
It's on Burley? You're kidding me.
No.
I haven't got Burley up.
It should be in the Zeta section at the bottom.
In
News
the Zeta
30?
section at the bottom?
Underneath the
You've got
sound
to be kidding me. How can I don't know about this, and everybody else in the building knows? I mean, I'm really actually quite stunned right now. It's in the... I don't know how to play that. You play it.
I can't.
You can't. OK, well, neither can I. So there is no news. Fortunately, nothing has happened. Isn't that great? Joe texts, Nick, 50,000 HGV tests before Christmas. The latest promise. Take the train. Yeah, better go by train. Yeah, exactly. It doesn't matter how many HGV tests the government makes available. You've got to actually want to be an HGVer to take one. And people don't want to do that anymore. Oh, we're going to make 1 million tests available. Really? That's great. Have you got anybody to take them? No. Lizzie says, why don't you go to the dentist? Lizzie, I did go to the dentist. That's where my problems started. Here, do you know how much a cap is? Do you have any idea how much a cap on your tooth is? It's the best part of £1,000. £1,000! I am genuinely stunned by that. And you can't shop around, can you? I mean, when you got some bloke up to his wrist in your mouth, you can't say, let me go to the dentist down the road. No, that's all right. You can leave your implements in my mouth. No need to take them out now. I'll just wear these out. So once you're in there, you're stuck with it. £1,000 on a cap that is going to yank out my mouth and throw in the bin. I am beyond furious. But you know me, I never complain.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
0345 6060 973. Ashford, hello Milan.
Hi Nick, £1,000. Did you have like a diamond encrusted hat with your name on it?
Yeah, like a hippity hop star. Yeah.
That is incredible.
It is incredible. Yeah. It wasn't quite 1,000, it was like 900 and whatever.
Well, I'm floored with that.
Yeah, I was. Yeah, and you'd expect it to actually work, but no, it doesn't work. It's like you go to the garage with your car and you say the brakes don't work, and they say, "Oh, okay, well leave it with us and we'll fix that for you," and they give it back to you, and they've fixed a bump in the bonnet, but your brakes still don't work, and that would be £1,000, please. Well, Yeah, that's a very nice bump that you got rid of there, but how about the thing I brought it in for?
Well, if I was your legal advisor, I'd be complaining, and I would just say, well, you haven't fulfilled the terms of the contract, so you haven't received the service, so please do it. And my client, Nick, will not be letting go of his £1,000. He can pay £1,000 to me.
Right.
That's your legal advisor.
I'll do that straight away.
I was going to... You mentioned the polls, which is quite interesting, Labour being ahead, but...
Yeah.
I don't think you made this. I don't think it make a blind bit of difference, because the hardcore Tory fans, Tory supporters, they enjoy being lied to, and they seem terrified of scrutiny, almost like sunlight is to a vampire. It's and what will happen is Johnson, who's a columnist, he's not a politician.
Yeah.
He'll just do his PR routine and is doing his yeah, and then the slogans will come out, and then all those fans will think, oh yeah, actually, I think I'll vote for him again, even though it'll be complete lies. And
well, the offshore billionaire press will be will on a daily basis on their front page will be saying,
Warning!
Don't let the socialists take your money.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, and don't they won't scrutinise all the lies and all the nonsense, and the PR and the SPADs at Number 10 will say, right, let's avoid media interviews where it can be a hard time.
Yeah.
So basically, there won't be any cabinet ministers being interviewed by on James O'Brien's show or your show, because they know that if they go on your show or James O'Brien, then they'll be torn to shreds when there's discussion about facts.
I will be rolled over like they're a steam train. They won't find me an impediment at all. James O'Brien, on the other hand, will make them wake up screaming.
But do you know what I'm looking forward to in under 15 weeks?
Go on.
To do a quick on something firm, it's the Nick Abbott A to Z.
Oh,
which is
15 weeks? What? Oh my God, it can't possibly be that near. 15 weeks?
I think it's 14 maybe, 14, 15 weeks.
No.
But, I mean, I really hope you are still going to do the A to Z this December.
So do I, yeah. Well, you never know till you get there, do you?
Well,
this toothache might actually do for me. You just never know.
It's probably the one thing I look forward to at Christmas. It's like, and you know what's really difficult? You think, hold on a minute, what happened this year? You have to really think.
Yeah.
But that happened this year, and oh God, that happened 2 years ago or 3 years ago.
Well, because of the driver shortage, the A to Z may be the only thing that gets delivered to you this Christmas. So. Other than that, you get nothing.
Oh dear. And on that cheery note.
Yeah, I'll say goodbye. Goodbye. Ta-da. 0345 6060 973. Ben tweets, why do we have a generational difference in voters? I think because when you're young, you are more concerned about others, and when you're and the older you get, the more concerned you are about yourself. I'm not saying that old people are selfish or anything, but it's just that old people are selfish. That's all I'm saying. Amanda tweets, all in capitals, like she's shouting at me. Give me a break, Nick. I'm 67 and a left-wing voter. She's 67 years old. Well done, Amanda, you made it. Not everybody over the age of 50 is a Conservative voter. Of course not, Amanda. Anne says, I'm unusual. Not me. Her. Oh, no, am I unusual, she says. Well, I'll go ahead and answer that for you.
Yes.
Yes, Anne, you are unusual. She says, I'm 66 and I've never voted for the Conservatives. I vote Labour every time. It's time to get rid of them. What, Labour? She says, pensions are the lowest, but if we do any work, we're going to be taxed unfair to every ordinary person in this country. I think pensions are the lowest in this country, like state pensions are the lowest of any of our competitor countries. Why do we put up with this stuff? Why? I mean, how has this country sleepwalked into this position? I mean, the NHS, we convince ourselves, is the envy of the world. Is it? Because the rest of the world are looking at us thinking, oh, thank God that if I'm sick, I don't have to put up with that. Taxes are at an all-time high. We got things closing left, right and centre. You've got no safety net. Not really. Can you, relying on the state pension, can you have an enjoyable and fulfilling life in your twilight years? Of course not. No, you're wondering whether you can heat and eat. And yet we still put up with it. Not only do we put up with it, we actually vote for it. This whole world's gone insane. Sue says, I drove down to London from Whaley Bridge today and my windscreen was covered in insects. I thought you should know, she says. Covered they are. Where's Whaley Bridge? Nobody knows. Sue doesn't even know. She got here by sat-nav. Sheila says, perhaps voters don't want their 1.25% insurance tax increase going to pay for management consultants on £200,000 a year instead of doctors and nurses to actually do the work to reduce the waiting lists. Just unbelievable where this government's priorities are. This government's priorities are with this government. That's what they're interested in. It's like, do you seriously think that Bodge is interested in anything other than himself?
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Of course not. We know who he is, but we voted for him anyway. David says, DIY dentistry, bottle of gin and a pair of pliers. I would do that right now. It hurts so much, I would do that right now. The weird thing about having your tooth pulled out is it doesn't hurt at all. Because I had one out on the other side just before the COVID came in. You know, the C word? No, the other C word, COVID. Just before COVID came in, I went and had my tooth out. And you know what time my appointment was? That's right. It was just before it became a thing, and they were going around wiping doorknobs when I was in the waiting room, and I thought, that's a bit weird. Why are you doing that? And little did I know that was going to be our life for the next year and a half. And he yanked my tooth out, and I was waiting for him to do it, and he said, no, I've done it already. What? It's amazing how easily they come out. I could pull a couple of them out right now, just with my fingers. Do you want to see me do it? Stokey texts, so glad to see the end of summer, hooray. Don't be ridiculous. Glad? Why on earth would anybody be glad to see the end of summer? Preposterous thing to say. Windsor, hello, Michelle.
Oh, hi.
Michelle.
Hi, how are you?
I'm great, mate.
Well, I was going to talk to you about your bad tooth, so I need a bit of information.
Yes.
So,
it's a
tooth. You're in really bad pain, okay?
Yeah, nobody has ever suffered as much as I'm suffering right now.
Stop whining.
Seriously. I'm not exaggerating in any way, but this is the most suffering that any human has ever experienced.
Oh, you poor thing, Nicholas.
Yes.
Anyway. I won't get my violin out just yet. I was going to say, so I've suffered with sensitive teeth and stuff, and tried all of the bits and pieces that they put on the telly and blah blah blah.
Yeah.
And then I went to my chemist and I asked for some Bonjela, and she said, "Why don't you try the adult version?" And I'm like, "Oh,
the adult version?
Disgusting."
What comes in a brown paper wrapper? You mean?
Yes, it's got
Don't say it. Don't make up something rude on the spot.
Explicit warning.
Right, that's right. Yeah. Well, I'll have to bleep you out, just like I had to bleep out Carol McGiffin on the podcast that I do. What a mouth she's got.
I'll be as careful as I can.
Okay then.
So there's this stuff called Oragel.
Oragel.
So Oragel.
Yeah.
And it's basically like benzocaine, which is the stuff that they actually numb you with.
Isn't that what they kill cows with before they cut them into burgers? I think so. Yeah,
unfortunately, I'm not a qualified vet, Nick, so I wouldn't know.
Okay then.
So, yeah, I mean, it doesn't last very long. It doesn't last as long as an injection does. But it might just help just to take the edge off a little bit so you don't push yourself up too much.
Right, take the edge off a bit. Yeah, that sounds great.
Yeah. Booze.
I'll have a couple of pints of Oragel. Thanks very much.
a tiny little tube you can get in your local chemist. Good luck, and I really hope it works.
Thanks, Michelle. There you are, you see. All I need is a couple of pints of Oragel. Can I get one with a squeeze of lime and an umbrella? Thanks. RJ texts, this won't help your predicament, but my daughter had extreme toothache. She had it filled. She still had toothache. They did root canal. She still had toothache, and they ended up pulling the blooming thing out anyway. You see, that's what I'm concerned about, because that's what the guy said. The dentist, I assume he was a dentist, and he wasn't just some random bloke that was standing in a white room charging me £1,000 to walk out with the same pain that I walked in with. He said, if this doesn't work, then we might have to have root canal. And I have been studiously avoiding looking up what root canal treatment is, because I know it's a byword for pain. And if there's one thing I don't like, it's pain. So, yeah, I don't want to know. But, oh, my God, if it's £1,000 for the cap, then presumably when he pulls it off, he'll break it. So I've got to buy another one. And the root canal will be... I've got no idea. He'll probably just make it up. He's probably got an eye on a new Mercedes. How much am I short? £5,000. Oh, okay, well, he'll pay that. I'll give him some of that laughing gas that's really popular with the kids. He'll gladly cough up. I am stunned because I moved further away from the dentist that I used to have, which used to give me the stuff on the NHS. And but you can't get a dentist on the NHS now. You can't get an NHS dentist. Can you get an NHS dentist? No. Of course not. That's because of 10 years of Conservative rule. Appreciate it, Bodge.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for everything you've done to us. Can't get an NHS dentist, cannot get one. At all. Not now, not ever, never. They don't exist. And private dentistry, oh my God, well... who can afford that? No. It's something's got to change. So maybe these poll numbers are an indication that people finally get it. They are putting 2 and 2 together. It only took them 11 years. I'll come to that in a minute because there's extra detail. But first, I must get through some of these calls because these people have been waiting a dog's age. Tooting. Hello, Jan.
Hi, Nick. I know I'm not going to say how are you because I know how you must be feeling because I've got a similar problem to you and I'm trying to find a solution to it. I'm not yet in that agonising pain, but I lost the crown and the parts of the tooth have broken away. It was a gold crown as well, and I'm having to find. It's very pricey, but I'm
How much?
Well, no, look, I'm looking at dental plans with different insurance companies like Bupa.
Oh, yeah.
Go to this. I can send you, a text or something with details, but I've got a few remedies that I'm going to try, but I'm looking into dental insurance because I don't really want to lose the tooth, but it depends.
Jan, it's too late. If you've already got a problem, you can't get insurance for a problem that already exists.
You can.
No, you can't. It's a pre-existing... No, you can't. It is a pre-existing condition. It's like if you've got a flood, you can't go to an insurance company and say, can I buy an insurance in case I get flooded? And by the way,
insurance,
I've flooded.
For the teeth,
yeah.
You can get it. Sometimes some of them, like Bupa, might do... you may have to wait some weeks. There's some that you've got to... There's a site I did a printout. I've got to do another one because I've left it... I've been neglected. I've been neglected... like a lot of people not having dental treatment during the lockdown and this pandemic.
Right.
But which company, which do the reports on the best...
Which company?
Which? WHICH.
WHICH?
Which do reports on the best options for having, say, dental plans.
Right. So which company is that?
Which? They do reports, specialist reports on, like, what is the best insurance for dental
Which one?
plans, yeah?
Which one?
No, I mean, I've got an old one I did before the lockdowns, but I have to do it. But there's lots of them that do different options.
Yeah, but which one?
Oh, like Dentplan, Boots do one, Bupa do one, and you got to.
And how did you know? How did you know about all of these?
Because I got it from the online I googled it for www.which.co.uk, money insurance, dental insurance.
But which one?
And they do a whole lot.
Who does?
No, you can get national. You can get NHS. A lot of private dentists do NHS because I'm exactly the same problem as you. I'm not in agony, and Nick, you've got to take a lot of care. You can't take more than...
Jan,
you can't take those tablets more than every 4 hours.
No, I don't think so. I think you can just... you pop them, snort them, whichever way. Of course. Nonsense.
And here's
Never read the label.
No,
which company was it said? Which company did you say you could get all that information through?
They do report.
Who
have
do?
you never seen those witch reports that do
Which
everything?
reports?
That's what the company's called.
What's the company called?
Which?
Thanks, Jan. Who's on first? Al tweets, try some string and a doorknob for your tooth. Why would a doorknob wouldn't even fit my mouth? That's no alternative for a tooth. Idiot. He said some people would pay hundreds of pounds to have a hairdo, but moan at paying for the years of training of dentists and vets. Well, if you go to a dentist or a vet for a hairdo, then you deserve everything you get, Al. These people are making no sense. Which company was it she said again? Tony says, do you remember the Frasier show where his brother Niles had a toothache? It was an underlying health condition for a heart problem. Just saying. Thanks, Tony. Keep your opinions to yourself. Oh, my God, I'm going to die.
Oh,
no. Ricky says, so Sajid Javid has said that 12 to 15-year-olds can go against their parents' wishes on COVID jabs because they are grown up enough. So if that's the case, he will surely be backing 16-year-olds to have the right to vote. No. Yes. No. And furthermore...
No.
Yeah, no. It's just amazing, isn't it? The stuff that happens on a daily basis, I am stunned. Like rock back on my heels with the current administration. It's amazing, really, that electing a clown would get you a circus. Who could have predicted that?
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Yeah, it's remarkable. Nobody could have seen that coming. He wouldn't be a very good prime minister. The guy on the zip wire with the flags and, the chap that goes, Pah! That guy. Not a good fella to run a country, you say. Wow, who could have predicted that? Marion tweets, you haven't heard of Whaley Bridge? You need to make some trips to the Peak District, he says. Been very dry and warm this year too. Definitely get some oil of clothes in. It's vile. Kaz texts, I went to my private dentist with chronic toothache. He would not do anything and said it was stress. He then went on to balance me by touching my feet, and my toothache went away. Well, probably because you were too busy thinking, why is this bloke touching my feet? You were thinking about other things. He balanced you by touching your feet, and your toothache went away. £180 at my dentist for my feet to be touched and the pain go away. I still can't understand it myself, says Kaz. Right. Are you sure that no laughing gas was actually involved in this procedure? Because seriously, I mean, if they do root canal treatment, what's the dentist got to dull the pain? Because those injections don't do anything at all. They're rubbish. I mean, the pain marches straight through those, and I usually get two of them. Like the entire one side of my face is numb for a day because the first one don't do nothing. They come at you with this giant thing. It's like about 3 inches long, this needle thing. And I always think, my God, why does it need to be so long? You're going to go through my gum and puncture it out the back of my neck. And the first one is, absolutely nothing happens on the first. I always need two. And it still don't work. So have they got anything better than that? I'm just asking.
Have you got we could make like a cocktail
of like really heavy drugs, and then I don't care how many teeth you pull out. Tom says, I had root canal once and I had to have a bridge installed and a lock. What? Right. 034 listeners with material.
Oh no.
0345 6060 973. This is a very serious issue. No kidding around. Swansea. Hello, Andrew.
Oh, hello there.
Hello there.
Evening, Nick. How are you?
Good, thanks.
I'd like to pick you up on a point you made a few moments ago.
Are we on speakerphone?
Oh, wait a minute. Shall I close the door?
Oh, my God.
No, I'm not on speakerphone. I got the radio on. I just closed the door. Is that any better?
No.
No? Shall I walk away from my phone?
Yes.
Is that better?
That would be great. Can you walk away from the phone?
Yeah. Is that better?
No.
I'm in a room that I'm doing out, and it's empty.
Oh, yeah. What colour are you painting it? Don't tell me. Magnolia. Yes. Guilty.
No, it's Jaffa orange at the moment. I'm going to go into the kitchen. Is that better? And
I don't know. What colour's the kitchen?
It's puce.
Puce? Oh, well, then that sounds much nicer.
It is lovely. Lights off. With the lights off, it's beautiful.
Yeah.
I'll close the door as well so I don't get any light at all.
Right.
I just want to pick you up on a point you made a few moments ago about people's voting intentions.
Right.
And you said it was a kind of selfish act because of the hike in the national insurance. But I was no. That's got nothing to do with it. I thought you said it was because the national insurance had gone up and people were thinking that it's going to cost them more money, that kind of thing.
Oh, and hence the Labour Party are on top. Excuse me, top now for the first time in a dog's age. Is that what you mean?
Yes. No, but I was listening to one of your colleagues earlier this afternoon.
Oh, yeah.
And he had the guy from the Maury poll on there.
The Maury poll?
I can't remember his name. You see him on the TV. He's got glasses. He's always on the news, like, whatever.
Oh, the bloke on TV with the glasses. Yeah, I know. Yeah.
I'm sure you know what I'm talking about now. Anyway, he does the Maury poll, and he was saying that the poll was taken about a week before the Conservative Party announced the rise in national insurance.
That may be true, but it wasn't a Maury poll, it was a YouGov poll.
All right, okay, well, that's the poll. Sorry, I didn't quite catch it all, but it was that poll.
No, but there may have been a Maury poll that he was talking about, but this is a YouGov poll that I'm talking about.
All right, I see, okay.
It's all becoming clear.
Yes, I know.
Yes.
Okay, in which case I've totally wasted half an hour waiting to talk to you.
Well, that sounds like a super way to while away the day before you paint over orange and make it hopefully whitish, like a creamy white.
No, brilliant white.
A brilliant white. Yeah. Right, okay, well that sounds lovely. It sounds a bit too white, to be honest. How much of the place are you going to paint brilliant white?
All of it.
All of it, right.
It's a very dark house.
Right, okay. Well, then I wish you all the best, and I feel your pain because I painted a 5-bedroom house, 5 coats, walls, ceilings, and wood. So
brilliant white.
Trade brilliant white. Yes.
Well, you've got more money than me, Nick, because
no, I haven't.
I've only got 3 bedrooms.
Right.
1 kitchen. Mm-hmm. And 1 very small living room, but a very large garden.
Oh, wow.
But we're going off the point. I wanted to express some of the opinions that this guy forward. He said it was more to do with the fact that people from the south were feeling disenfranchised, the way the Conservative Party was going.
That's people in the south feel disenfranchised? What, the people with all the money, you mean?
Well, they say that they turn into the Liberal Democrats.
Yeah, not in any great number. They're about 10%.
Right. But also, he believes it was a fracturing of the right-wing vote between the Conservatives and the new incarnation of the Brexit Party run by Tice.
Right. It doesn't really matter which pollster you talk to or listen to or what scenario it is that they paint about why the results are as they are. The Conservative Party are below Labour for the first time in absolutely ages. It coincided with tax going up, but it also, of course, coincided with 130,000 dead people, the worst combination of death and economic hit of any major economy. We've had people talking about empty shelves and cancelled Christmas and you ain't going to get no toys and driver shortages and restaurant worker shortages and shop worker shortages and it just goes on and on and on, and people are pretending they're tying themselves in knots to find some way of saying it's something other than Brexit. But maybe, finally, people are waking up. Look at the time. We haven't got a moment to lose. All right, thanks a lot, Andrew. Got to go. 0345 6060 973. Ceilings, walls and wood, 5 coats. Because, like him, I went into a place that had, it was like bright blue in the kitchen, and it was bright green in one side of the living room, and it was like bright yellow on the other side, and like deep dark brown everywhere else. So, like an idiot, I tried to paint emulsion over all of these colours. That didn't work because it just bled through. So I said to myself, wow, this is me using my thinking brain. I said, I'll just paint over it again with white. That'll work. Of course not. No, you've got to shellac it. You've got to get this stuff that's like liquid plastic, squirt it all over it, and the colour doesn't go through that. So that's 3 coats already, and I haven't even started yet. And then put the colour, white, on top. 5 coats, ceilings, walls and wood. The whole place. Just me. But you know me, I never complain.
Stop whining.
0345 6060 973. Jake tweets, Nick, swish and rinse and spit with warm salt water over the tooth. Warm salt water really does help immediately. Also, the Aura Gel is a good tip, and they make an Aura Gel mouthwash that helps too. Best of luck to you, says Jake. Thanks a lot, Jake. Which company is that makes the gel? Which one? What's it called? This says, I've been having similar dental problems. You always make me laugh, but tonight it's like you're talking about my teeth. I have moved from Essex to Kent and have been trying to find an NHS dentist. It's a nightmare, says that anonymous person. It is. It's impossible to find. It cannot be done. East Yorkshire. Hello, Mike.
Hi, Nick. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear about your dental problems.
Oh, well, never mind.
I can't get an NHS dentist at the minute, but they promised me that their place will be available next July. So that's good.
Right.
I was wanting to talk about the polls because a couple of polls came out today. They agreed that the Tories have lost 5%, but they both said that half of that loss, which put Labour up by virtue of the Tories going down, half of that loss went to the Reform Party.
The Reform Party?
Yeah, that is Farage's Brexit party renamed.
Right. Well...
So on the back of that, I presume, Richard has been all over the media today saying that the reason this has happened is that Tories who are sick of lies from across the cabinet are moving to reform.
Right.
So then he said, which was quite hilarious, the Reform Party are having their party conference directly across the road from where the Tory Party are having their conference, and they are expecting large numbers of Tory members to defect to them, and they're hoping for some Tory MPs to walk across the road and defect to them as well.
Well, the defective ones will.
But the other interesting thing is that since this NI thing came out, there's been loads of Tory party members and voters ringing up LBC saying, we'll never vote for him again. He's destroyed our confidence and everything else. And the presenters, give them credit, have said, well, who are you going to vote for? And the vast majority of them have said, we can't vote for Labour, they'll take us back into Europe. We can't vote for the Liberals, they'll take us back into Europe. We can't vote Green, they'll take us back into Europe. So we'll either have to not vote or vote for Farage and Brexit.
Right.
So this Brexit thing is still huge in a lot of people's minds.
Of course it is. It's the motivating factor behind everything that half of the country do. They're never going to forget it. It's their number one major issue. The people that won, in inverted commas, are the angriest of us all. The people who lost, in inverted commas, they seem, not that bothered about it. They have other things on their mind. But the people who think that they won, they're still furiously angry. Gosh, I wonder why. Is it because everything did not turn out as advertised? Probably, yeah. But they're going to vote for Nigel Farage.
Nigel Farage is not fit and proper to be in government.
Well, I can't believe I'm about to say this, but I agree with Nigel Farage. So I've just been looking at the results. Here are the stats. The Conservatives, this is from the 2nd to the 3rd of September to the 8th to the 9th. In other words, about a week ago, they were on 38. Now they're on 33. The Labour Party were on 34, and now they've risen a whole 1% to 35.
Fabulous.
So the Tories have lost, and Labour have gone up a little bit. And the Tories have lost digits to the Lib Dems, who are up 2 points at... You remember the Lib Dems, don't you?
No.
Oh, yeah, they used to be a thing. They've gone up 2 points to 10, and the Reform UK people have gone from 3 to 5%. That's about half what the Greenies have got. So I think the rise of the Reform UK party has been overstated somewhat. Let's not get carried away. 0345 6060 973. How about Salford? Hello, Gaz.
Hiya, is that Nick?
Yes, sir.
Hiya, Nick. Great fan. Big fan of your show, mate.
Thanks. Are we on speakerphone?
Yeah. Sorry. I'll sort that now.
There you are.
There I am. Yeah. Nick, great fan. I love your radio craft, mate.
Yeah.
It was brilliant.
But?
Just about the tooth issue.
Yes.
Yeah, I had a tooth pulled at a dental hospital, training hospital, a while back.
Yeah.
No other dentist would touch me. I was in and out of every dentist up and down the road, you name it, and they wouldn't do it. So I ended up going to a dental hospital, training hospital, signed a disclaimer. You have to sign a disclaimer, in case something goes wrong, so you can't sue them. Right, well, put it short, I had a jab. They put Novocaine in where the tooth is, but they hit a vein. There's a main vein.
Is this an unhappy story?
Well, kind of, and I'm just trying. I just want to share what happened.
But why though? Hang on a minute. Why do you want to share what happened? Well, speaking as somebody who's about to have to go to the dentist, I don't want to hear a horror story about dentistry.
No.
I know that might sound selfish, but
it kind of is it's kind of horror story.
Okay, well, okay. I appreciate the thought, Gaz, but no, thank you. But thank you, but no, thank you.
Thank you,
but no, thank you. I don't want no dentist horror stories. 0345 6060 973. This says, I've been having similar dental problems. You always... I've read that. Edward says, oh, God, here we go. Stop talking about dentistry. I had root canal treatment, 3 visits to the dentist between July and September. I had pain after the first treatment. From the second treatment, the pain went. A new crown was fitted on my 3rd visit. My tooth is saved and I can chew my food perfectly. I hope this gives you hope. Hope! There you are, you see? That's what I'm after. Hope! I want sunny uplands for my teeth. I don't care if if I'm not able to chew my food perfectly. I'll just eat soup. I'll just, I'll be like a fly. I'll regurgitate onto my food and then suck it up through a straw. Oh my God, I can't believe I just said that. This show was like this when I got here. Adrian emails, I was driving up to Sheffield today and I've seen on the digital board 60 mile an hour limit for air quality. as I drive an electric vehicle, do you think this still applies to me? And regarding your tooth, now, the drugs don't work, they just make you worse, but I know I'll see your face again, says Adrian. Doing a rock and rolling.
Rock and roll!
60 mile an hour limit for air quality. What blooming difference does that make? Air quality? That's just absolute nonsense. Presumably it's on one of those gantries that are fitted with cameras on the back of them for the purpose of fining you. It's another money-making scheme. No doubt. Al tweets, I'm glad summer is over. It's been too hot in Scotland. Yeah, right. That's that unique Scottish sense of humour come back to bite us. Nigel says, last weekend we had friends to stay with us. Over a few too many drinks, it became clear that, like us, they are not Tories. However, it also transpired that one of them, a 50-year-old man, does not vote because, in his words, they are all a waste of time. The whole world's gone crazy, says Nigel. Oh, my God. Listen, people, kids particularly, pay attention. Next time around, do not vote. I know that's two negatives, but two negatives make an affirmative.
Affirmative.
Vote. Even if none of them floats your boat, even if none of them presents the perfect set of qualifications for the party that you desire, there's going to be one that's not as bad as the other. Pick that one. And thank me later. No, wait. I've changed my mind. You can thank me now.
Thank you.
Let's have Shropshire. Beverly.
Hello?
Beverly.
Hello?
Yes, Beverly.
Hi.
Hello?
You know,
Hello?
for your
Hello?
toothache,
Yes.
has anybody told you about oil of cloves?
Oil of cloves?
Yes.
Yes. I had a couple of pints of that earlier on. And it didn't really do anything for me.
I don't think so.
I've stuck it on my tooth, yeah, but it didn't really do anything. It might have been oil of cloves, or it might have been eye wash. It was definitely one or the other.
You can get cloves.
Cloves.
And from the
chemist.
Well, the chemist or supermarket.
Oh,
and
supermarket.
what they are is they're a little
Tube.
No, they're
Bottle?
like a little
Gallon
a little
jug.
stick, really.
It's a what?
That you
A stick.
yeah.
A stick.
You get loads of them in a. You know
A stick.
Yeah.
What would I do with a stick?
You bite into it.
Oh no, I don't like the sound of that.
Yeah.
What does it taste
and
like?
And it freezes.
It freezes?
Freezes the tooth.
Wow. How does it do that? Science.
You ask your partner. They're tiny little things.
What are?
That you stick in pork.
That you stick
hang on a
in
minute.
pork? I most certainly will not. This has taken a horrible turn. So it's something that you stick in pork. Is that what she said? I've got a vet on the phone. I wanted a dentist and I got a vet. It's something you stick in pork. What, like an apple? I have no idea what's going on this programme. It's got away from me. Again, it's got away from me. Oh, well. Never mind. It's just a show. But apparently I need something you stick in pork. Oh, my mind's reading right now. I just thought of two things, and I edited them both out of existence. I could say a couple of things right now, but I've decided not to. For your convenience. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Nigel emails. Oh, no, I've read that. Tracy says, "Hi, Nick. We are in Portugal on holiday." Yeah, thanks a lot, Tracy, but I don't wish to know that. We're in Portugal on holiday, listening to you by the pool. Supermarket shelves here are all well stocked. No lorry driver problems here. Go and see your dentist and ask for sedation, and you won't know a thing about it. I was extremely phobic and completely cured, says Tracy. Yes, can I have some sedation, please? Like, right now would be a good time. I'll wait. 0345 6060 973. This email says, do you think we're heading for a 2021 winter of discontent, what with empty supermarket shelves? Let's hope it does for the Conservatives what it did for Labour in 1979. The thing about it is that nobody who voted for it will admit that Brexit is what is causing all of these problems. Because nothing must interfere with the glory that is Brexit. So it'll always be blamed on something else. And because the Tory party are the Brexit party, they're the ones that get Brexit done, then no blowback will be directed at them about this or anything else that Brexit's caused, because it must always be something else. You know, it'll be because the EU is being... What was that? Okay, there's so many weird things happening here. Somebody's talking in my headphones. I've got no idea what they're saying. But he wanted me to know that he's there, whoever that is. Oh, my God. Robert.
Good evening, Nick.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Yes, I had a molar extraction about 4 years ago.
Oh, yes.
Yes. And the dentist said to me, private dentist, can't get NHS dentist down here.
Nope.
Nope, not at all. She suggested root canal treatment at a cost of about £400.
Oh, my God.
But she said there's no guarantee it'll be successful.
Yes.
So I said, no, I'll go for the extraction, which cost me £150.
Yeah, this is exactly what happened to me in, not this last February, but the one before, just before COVID stopped everything. I was pretty much the last person in and out of this dentist's place, and he said precisely the same thing. It's we could do the most painful thing that has ever been devised for humankind, or, which might not work, or we could just yank it out, which we might have to do anyway. And they did. So I said, just get rid of it. So they pulled it out, and they said, oh, no, root canal wouldn't have worked because it had gone all bad.
Mm.
So we would have had to take it out after the pain.
Yeah. I mean, it was the worst pain of my life.
Well, Robert, it's certainly
agony.
It wasn't as painful as my pain.
Oh, I'm not too sure about that. I had to go on a 10-day course of powerful antibiotics before the extraction.
Oh, yeah.
And then it was 2 injections.
Right.
On the lower left jaw.
Yeah.
Yeah, not particularly pleasant. No.
Right.
Anyway, Nick, yes. About the Labour Party.
Yeah.
Yeah. Isn't it the job of Her Majesty's loyal opposition to hit the government for 6 when government get policy wrong?
Yes, of course, absolutely. Which is where the Labour Party are failing miserably.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's a pity they couldn't have got cross-party consensus on this national insurance hike.
Well, you know, I suppose so. But yeah, it just seems like the wrong way of raising money. But it's peak Tory. It's getting the poor and the just about getting by to subsidise the rich. I mean,
absolutely.
What's more conservative than that? And the people that are being taxed are doing a little happy clappy dance because they can't criticise the government because the government is Brexit and you can't criticise Brexit.
Mm. I mean, any tax increase for adult social care and the NHS, you know, maybe the better policy is to have that tax ring-fence so they can't spend that money elsewhere.
Yeah, they do that in other countries. Speaking to somebody, maybe Austria, somewhere like that, that's precisely what they do. Yes.
Much better idea.
Yeah.
But then I'm no politician, so what do I know?
Yeah, exactly. You're not an expert, Robert. We only are interested in talking to experts on this show.
Absolutely.
All right, as soon as you find one, tell them to give me a call. Thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060973. Rob tweets, I had root canal done on my right tooth. Rob, do you only have one tooth on the right-hand side of your head? I had root canal done on my right tooth, he says. It still hurt. I went to a specialist. He said it was stress. He did acupuncture on my left ankle and my right ear, and the pain was gone for a week, but now it's back, says Rob. Well, yeah, if somebody sticks a needle in your ankle and your ear, then you forget about your tooth and you start thinking about that. But they don't leave it in there. As soon as you take it out, you think, oh, well, thank God that's gone. Now I can go back to worrying about my tooth again. Jason says, you may be about to give birth to another tooth, so try an epidural. Yeah, I'll do that, Jason. Thanks, mate. I'll ask for a couple of epidurals. Tottenham. Hello, Shirley.
Hello.
Shirley.
I've had a root canal done.
Yes.
But admit it was years ago, and I was always told, oh, they're painful.
Right. Yes.
So I thought, oh, God, I didn't feel a thing.
Did they knock you out?
No. And when I said to his nurse, who was actually his wife, unfortunately, he retired long ago now, and she said, I thought it was supposed to hurt.
Yeah, so she
said,
punched you in the face.
If you've got a good dentist, it doesn't hurt.
Right.
And I tell you, I come out of there, he filled it.
Yeah.
I walked over the road, down another road, went to my friends and ate lunch.
Right, what did you have?
I think we must have had salad or a meat salad or something.
Oh, a meat salad.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that sounds yummy. It's the way it's the way you described it. That.
But you've got a nice lot of friends, I hope, and ask amongst them if they know a very good dentist to do it.
Right.
And it was done on the NHS.
Oh well, I'll just go to the foot of our stairs. I can't believe it. So I'm gonna,
there you are.
Yeah. Okay. There you are.
So you find a good one.
I certainly will do nothing of the sort. But thanks a lot, Shirley. Appreciate the request. 0345 6060 973. This is not a request show. I'm not Anne-Marie do I sound like Anne-Marie Minhall to you? No, I'll have to go to the dentist that's nearest to me. The one that, charged me the price of a second-hand car to get a cap put on a tooth, then the entire tooth is going to get yanked out my head. Oh, well, never mind. You know me. I never complain.
Stop whining.
Ray says, concerning toothache, I discovered some years ago that my best cure was to make myself burp, thus releasing the pressure, and it works for any niggling pains. You can still use the tablets, but the burping has meant that I have a lot of aspirin and much unused in my medical drawer. Now I know why we burp. It relieves many types of pain pressure. I'm not a doctor, but it works for me, he says.
I'm not a doctor.
He's not a doctor either. Huh. That's the silliest thing I've ever heard. What do you think, Kanye?
Whoop-dee-dee-scoop poop.
It's the silliest thing he's ever heard too. Burping? Nonsense. Knightsbridge, Suleiman.
Wow, can you hear me?
No, not really. It sounds like you're talking to us from the International Space Station.
I am on the International Space Station.
Right.
Because I'm so sick of the road, so I decided to leave the plane.
Okay, I've got no idea what you're saying. It sounds actually less like you're on the space station and more like you're underwater. Are you underwater right now? Are you sinking? Don't worry, Priti Patel will rescue you momentarily, as long as you've got a British passport. Thanks a lot, Suleiman. What was that? It fits right in, whatever it was. Amy says, Nick, you should get the tooth out and get a gold one, extra bling. Well, the thing he said to me was, because I had a gold cap, or what I thought was a gold cap, and he said it's not. Now, I don't know whether he said that so that I wouldn't ask for it when he pulled it out to get to, the pane underneath so he could put another cap on it. It said, it's not gold. It's, it's just metal. Well, I paid an enormous amount. I didn't ask for a gold one, but that was what was given to me, like 20 years ago when the cap was first put on. And I paid for it thinking that I was paying for a gold cap. But this bloke said it's not gold. He said they never are. There's only a bit of, at most, just a bit of gold, and the rest of it's just base metal, like iron. I've got no idea. But anyway, he chucked it out, or I assume he did. Maybe out the back there, he's got like sackfuls of people's old gold caps. I just don't know. This says, no, Nick, capital letters, exclamation mark. The good is that, good news perhaps? The good news, I'll insert that word. The good news is that the Tory party is being squeezed by the Libs and the reform business. So they move to the right, they are hammered by the Libs. Move to the left, they are hammered by the reform business. Cheers. Says that rather confused email. Yeah, you know what? I think they'll be just fine. It's a blip. Come election time, Bodger's going to go, Paw! And he'll go somewhere, pull out some stuff from his dressing-up box, and he'll pretend to be a lab technician, or, God, I don't know. It'll be something involving a white coat. And people will go, oh, he's doing his best, and vote for him again. Which is exactly what the Conservative Party are trying to... that's the spin that they're putting on this. Let's have Manchester. Hello, Ryan.
Hi, Nick. Hello.
Ryan, how you doing?
I'm good, thank you. I actually called up half an hour ago to give you some information that you've now received. Yes. But it's about... I think the lady who was on the beach or something in Portugal. She told you that you can have sedation during the root canal procedure.
Now,
so I thought
what kind of sedation are we talking about here? We're talking about out cold or?
No, not quite. Sort of conscious sedation. So they put an intravenous thing in your arm. And
intravenous?
give it through there.
Really?
Yeah.
That sounds like a hospital thing, not a dentist's thing.
No. So that you can hire a sort of it's a private sedation person, and they can come in and do that, and it only costs £350 extra.
Oh my God.
Yeah, so that's a bit of hope for you.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Ryan.
I also had similar problem with my tooth, like you described you had last year.
Yeah.
And that was definitely the worst pain ever.
Right. But not even remotely close to the pain that I am feeling right now, it being the most pain that any human being has ever suffered. What does that mean? Thanks very much, Ryan. 0345 6060 973. This text says that we need a Lab Green Lib Alliance. That's right. A Labour Green Liberal Alliance. You know, there's so many countries in the world that are run by coalitions. And I don't know what we're so frightened of. Oh, okay, the last one wasn't that great, but then it was probably because of, a certain individual who was, in charge at the time.
I think this is nonsense.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Dave. We don't require your services at the moment, but if we do, we know where to find you. You'll be in the shed where they keep the tools. But, there's so many countries that have a coalition running them, and it just makes complete sense. I mean, if you add the Labour, the Green and the Liberals votes together, then it's way more than the Tories got. And so, but none of those people's, the majority opinion doesn't count. Counts for nothing. What a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful.
Joanne tweets, I had a cap which fell now on Front Teeth Bridge, and told never bite anything using front teeth, eat from side, cut my food up small. How old do I feel now? Says Joanne, whose dental problems have affected her ability to write. Randall emails, Nick, mouthwash clears debris in the mouth and relieves pain. Ask for Johnson. He likes honesty as much as vampires. As for Johnson, he likes honesty as much as vampires like the sun. Mouthwash clears debris in the mouth and relieves pain. I don't think so. What the relieve pain part? I mean, don't know debris. Debris. It's like something that gets cleared out of the road, so that the traffic might go more smoothly. Debris in your mouth. Let's have Woodford. Alison. Alison.
Hi, Nick.
Yes, Alison.
I've got you on loudspeaker. Tell me now if it's weird.
Now.
Okay. So it's weird then?
Yes.
Okay. All good. No, this is quite funny because I listen to you all the time, and for some reason I've been compelled to call in about dentistry.
Right.
And the root canal situation. So I've recently been going to the dentist about this situation with one of my molars.
Oh, yeah.
And bit of pain, but nothing too crazy. And it's such a strange kind of industry because they just throw words at you.
Words?
And yeah, like root canal. I don't know what that is. I don't know if you know. And so I just said to him, "What is a root canal?"
Yeah.
And he said, "Actually, that's an incorrect explanation of the procedure. A root canal is actually removing the root canal." And I was like, okay. And then he said, but in your case, I think we can save your root canal. So then we went down the road of he was building up some sort of filling. But I think we've moved on since gold, because what I got done is porcelain, apparently.
Yeah.
But it set me back 790 quid.
Right. See, not just me. £790. Isn't that ridiculous for a tiny little thing like that? I mean, I know they've got a lot of machinery to buy and maintain. They got the one that goes, which I don't really like, but and then the one that goes, which is just the worst. I mean, if only it didn't make a noise, it would be a lot better, a lot more bearable. Awful.
And the thing is as well, it's like, this is so strange. You're drilling a hole in my face.
Yes. Now, it's probably best to open your mouth, and then you can drill a hole in your tooth rather than go through your face.
Yeah, well,
but I'm not an expert.
Yeah, well, and you know what I mean. It was, I think it was in what was left of my tooth.
Right.
But and you're just. It's a bizarre kind of experience. You just kind of take them at their word, don't you? It's
well, of course, yeah. You can't say, no, I don't agree. I'm going to get a second opinion, because he's already got, 3 pounds of metal in your mouth, which is sucking spit out, but not quite enough, because you always got to... He's got both hands in your mouth and that thing that hooks on your teeth.
And also, I don't know that that's porcelain. They just tell you that it is.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean,
it could be just chewing gum.
Exactly. and you've got the assistant that, like, when you awkwardly get a bit of, like, spit over on your face,
yes,
like, she wipes it off, and it's just like, oh, thanks.
Thanks, yeah. Yeah. Get that.
I would recommend, basically, Nick, do whatever they tell you to do.
OK, will do. Excellent plan.
Yeah. Good luck with that.
Thanks a lot, Alison. Just do whatever they tell you to do. Yeah. Except you can't understand what they are telling you to do, because they're covered from head to foot in PPE. My dentist was dressed up like he was going into Chernobyl. I've never seen anything like it in my life. He's got a mask on and a visor on, and he's got a gown on, and then he's got a gown over the gown, and he's like from head to toe. He's completely covered, like I'm radioactive. And then he'll ask you a question. Is what it sounds like through all of that. And I'm supposed to answer while I've got 3 pounds of metal in my mouth, which is sucking and whirring and God knows all what. I mean, what does even and they always do that. They always wait till you've got your mouth is completely full of equipment, and then they ask you the question. Why don't you ask me the question while I'm taking my hat, coat and scarf off, crying out loud. I don't know what you're saying. Gary says, been having wisdom tooth pain in the last week, even dreaming of a procedure. Oh my God, what chance of I even going to a dentist? I've got no idea what you mean. Oh my God, what chance of I even going to a dentist? Does that make any sense?
No.
No, that toothache is affecting his brain. Charlie says, let's talk about the elephant in the room. The elephant! In Scotland, the SNPists are polling at 51%. Is there a political party on the planet that polls over 50% after 13 years in government? Says Charlie. Yeah, whatever party of Vladimir Putin represents. I think that's polling at 100%. He does excellent work. You vote for Vladimir Putin, or you'll be feeling the consequences. No pressure. But that is remarkable. SNP at 51%. How about that? Chris texts, Nick, I'm annoyed about having athlete's foot because I'm not an athlete. Well, that is a good point, Chris. That seems like a cruel and unusual punishment. And another Chris, I'm assuming it's a completely different Chris, says, for toothache, rub ice on the skin between forefinger and thumb. There's no alternative, because the next thing that I can't hide behind a break to tell you this, but yes. the news is going to be the next thing that I play. But it says the LBC 0230, so that's the 2:30 in the morning news is the next thing on my list. That can't be right.
No, it's because the news is supposed to be pre-recorded and has been loaded into your system.
But it says...
I know, because the 2:30 is always pre-recorded on the station.
But it's the next thing I'm going to play, so that it will be on air at past.
Yes, there should be a skip button.
So you want me to get rid of that entirely?
Probably.
Okay. It didn't work. There you go. It's been done exact. I'm running the desk here, and the news has been done the exact same way for the entire period that I've worked at this station, apart from tonight, when the only person in the building that didn't know it was changed was me. But you know me, I never complain.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
0345 6060 973. Joyce emails, a great remedy for toothache is a decent nip of a good single malt. Swill it around the sore tooth a few times and swallow. Repeat several times and you won't feel the pain anymore.
Booze.
It's a miracle, Joyce. I like the sound of that. Acton. Hello, Andrew. Andrew. Hey, Andrew. Wakey, wakey. Andrew's been waiting a full 23 minutes and has passed out. He seems to have some sort of nasal blockage. Either that or either that or these farmyard noises. Hello, Andrew. Is there nothing that will wake this man up? Nope, not that one. Wakey, wakey. I know it's been a hard day, but try to keep it together. Big bong coming up. You ready? Okay, time's up, I think. Oh, no. I hate it when it happens like that. Time's up on that call. How very disappointing. Joe says, just to add that Cressida Dick would have been sacked years ago if she was a man. Giving people without talent jobs because it meets woke box ticking criteria is never going to benefit the country. Joe, I think you misunderstand the situation entirely. Giving Cressida Dick another 2 years has got nothing to do with her ticking a woke box and everything to do with a distraction technique. Every single thing this government does is what would Donald Trump do? Just think what the screaming Mimi would do, and in any given situation, that's what this government would do. It's precisely it. It's a distraction. Now people are going to be yelling about that for a week, but it'll merge perfectly into the fury about Prissy Patel's boat strategy. Push them back out to sea, let them drown. So that's because she ain't going to do it, of course. But it gets people very, very animated, and they start screaming at each other and yelling and shouting, and so that'll go on for a few days. And then the Cressida Ditka thing, if people aren't distracted enough by that, then they'll be distracted by this. And it takes the eye off what the government is actually doing, which is completely failing to handle anything that is presented to them. They wake up in the morning stunned that the sun is up in the sky. How did that happen? They go. Everything that comes along is a surprise to this government. I'm amazed that they can get dressed. Well, no, I take that back. They don't get dressed in the morning.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
It's like it's like he covers himself in glue and then just rolls around the floor until enough clothes stick to him that he's presentable enough to leave the house. What a show. And there he was on the news trying to act statesmanlike and Churchillian about 9/11. The problem with your act being a clown is that it's a bit difficult to pull off statesmanship. Doesn't suit you, Bodge. You're the bloke on the zip wire with the little flags, remember? You're not Churchill. 0345 6060 973. Buckinghamshire. Hello, Tony.
Hello, Nick.
Tony.
Now then, have you ever heard of laughing gas?
Yeah, that's what the kids are into. That's what all those little canisters are everywhere. Those little silver canisters, isn't it? Laughing gas.
Well, the laughing gas for the dentist came out in about the 50s, and everybody was for it, and I needed a very septic tooth out. So I went to the dentist, and he said, yeah, laughing gas the best.
Yeah.
But I had the wrong reaction. I woke up screaming, knocking the dentist across the room.
So it wasn't laughing gas, it was screaming gas. Right.
He lost all his patience, and I still had my tooth, and his wife was with him, and she said, you're mad. We're not going to touch you anymore.
Yeah.
So I had to go to the other town to see his father, and there was 3 of them holding me down because I just couldn't take the laughing gas, and they wouldn't believe me. It was dreadful. I got it out eventually, the tooth, but the laughing gas, I had the wrong reaction.
Right.
They couldn't believe it. Yeah, so I knocked the dentist across the room.
Well, then that's quite upsetting, Tony. Stay off the laughing gas. You see any of those little canisters lying about? Do not fill a balloon with that air and suck it in. That's my best advice to you. Thanks a lot, Tony. 0345 6060 973. Tim text, just thinking, can we privatise the government? Well, I think that's done already. In as much as they are bought and sold. Paul texts, Only 2 injections for a molar extraction. I lost count with my dentist, jabbing away for ages he was. It was exactly the same, though. Told me there was no point in doing a root canal, so out it went. Just don't look at how much implants cost. How much do they cost? Don't tell me. Caroline emails, Dear Nick, poor you. It sounds like an abscess. I had the same around 20 years ago. An emergency dentist pulled out the offending thing and showed my ex-husband all the gunk that came out. The pain, I'm now 63 and have never voted Tory. Never, says Caroline. I'm not sure whether the two are in any way connected. You know, the pain and the voting Tory part. Probably not. It's just the way she wrote it made it appear as though it were, maybe it was a Conservative dentist. This says, forget about the teeth, mate. I've just watched Dead Poets Society. They're dead? Second time since first watching it when it first came out in 1989. This is the crux of it, Nick. 2 roads diverged in the wood, and I took the one less travelled by, and that has made all the difference. 2 roads diverged in the wood, and I took the one less travelled by, and that has made all the difference. Right, but is that poetry?
Boring!
No thanks. Yeah, thanks, but no thanks. Appreciate the offer, but not for me. Marion emails, I lost a front tooth last year. I phoned an emergency dentist who offered me treatment. Did I want a plate or a new style of treatment where a porcelain tooth is screwed in? He had to take out the tooth next to it, as it was loose. The new work cost me £6,000. What? Did a holiday on a yacht come with that? Oh my God. 0345 6060 973. Can we talk about something else, please? I'll even talk about politics. Why not? Knightsbridge. Hello, Freddie.
Hi, Nick.
Freddie.
I spoke to you a couple of months ago.
Oh, yes.
Saying the same thing, but
what
I just wanted to say the same thing again. I miss Jeremy Corbyn.
You miss Jeremy Corbyn?
I do. I really do.
Right. Well, he's still about. I mean, he's not leading the Labour Party anymore, but, you know, some of his policies have been taken by the Conservative Party.
Yeah.
Nationalising the railways, increasing tax. Okay, increasing tax on the wrong people, but, you know.
Yeah, well, what's increasing tax on the wrong people?
Yeah.
That's pretty stupid.
That's right. Yeah, but the wrong people seem to vote for the party that's increasing the tax on the wrong people. So, you know, so who's stupid now?
Well, that's pretty stupid.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. They keep voting for something that's not in their best interests. Yeah.
Is there a way to get Jeremy Corbyn back in power?
You call him up, give him a ring. Send him a pot plant. He'll love it. All right. Not a pot plant. Not that kind of pot plant. I'm not talking about.
Want to score some pot?
But you know, a what now? A pot? No, a plant in a pot. There you go. Not a pot plant, but a plant in a pot. Yeah, he's a keen gardener. I've got no idea. But I'll pass on the information as soon as I see him next. As in never. Thanks, Freddie. 0345 6060 973. Peter texts, a dentist told me once that my teeth had been dabbed by a dentist. Apparently, the old NHS dentists used to add small fillings in a few teeth, even though they were fine, to earn more dosh. He ground them out and said the teeth underneath were perfect. Wow. Well, that's the thing with dentists. You have to trust them completely. I mean, with any other kind of doctor, you can get a second opinion, right? Who's ever had a second opinion from a dentist? Nobody. Unless it's, you know, I'm having all of my teeth out to be replaced with, completely new teeth. Then you might get two quotes. But if you're just going in with toothache, then regardless of who your dentist is, you just trust them. Totally. I mean, they might be idiots. I mean, idiots can be dentists. You can have dentists who aren't very good at their job. How are you going to tell? I mean, it's not like a restaurant. You can't look them up on TripAdvisor, can you? Can you? You can't see what their ratings are like. It's a dentist. I mean, what do you give them? 5 stars for being alive when you left their office? Of course not. So you just got to treat them. We just got to trust them completely. And whatever the bill is, and they don't really make it clear entirely when you go in what the bill is, because there's always a little bit extra. Oh yeah, I had to do this and I had to do that. And of course, if it's private medical bills, oh my God, they just go through the roof. Warm smile and a handshake on greeting, £60. Chair made available in the waiting room, £120. Running magazine from 3 years ago, £60. Running magazine. Why do dentists and doctors in general always have running magazine? Who the hell wants to see a magazine about running? 0345 6060 973. How does a magazine even exist which is on the subject of running? How can you fill a magazine with articles about running, for crying out loud? Yeah, I opened my big mouth and he put like 3 pounds of equipment in there and then asked me a question. Why do they always do that? Couldn't understand a word he was saying. Behind like 3 masks. How am I supposed to understand that? Or answer even if I could? Not that I'm complaining or anything.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
Peter texts, a dentist told me once that oh no, I've read that. About the dabbed. I'm sure that I had that as well, because I had tiny little fillings in the tops of my teeth. My tooths. All over. And it didn't... Yeah, I had that too. I wonder if that's an actual common thing. NHS dentists used to add small fillings to earn more money. Declan tweets, you must be confused from all the caviar you've been eating. Maybe the issue for your tooth also. Brexit will push up British wages, stop overpopulation, increase working moral away. We will be valued, says Declan. Declan, I mean this with the greatest respect. You're an idiot. Joe texts, Nick, might we be able to change how lorry drivers obtain driving licences because we are freed from the shackles of undemocratic Europe? Oh, yes, because now we have, the largest undemocratically... oh, never mind. What's the point? Yeah, we're going to make it easier to obtain a lorry driver's licence, apparently. We're going to skip some parts of it because, what could possibly go wrong? Oh, God. It doesn't matter how many... licenses you make available, you've got to have the actual people who want to be a lorry driver in the first place. There's no point the government saying, well, we're going to make 50,000 driving licenses available and 100,000 driving licenses available and there's going to be 10.8 million driving licenses available. Yeah, you've got to actually get the people who want to be lorry drivers to take the tests. Doesn't matter how many tests are available. Shackles of undemocratic Europe. I assume, Joe, that you're being sarcastic. But you just can't tell these days. This says, remember when they used to let you take your removed teeth home afterwards, be you child or adult? Well, not these days. This government has even put the tooth fairy out of work, says that texter. Shelley says, my gran had no teeth for 40 years after throwing them away on a bus, and she can eat anything. She didn't lose them on the bus, she threw them away on a bus. Which seems, rude, doesn't it?
Be polite!
I mean, somebody would have found them and had to pick them up and pop them in the bag. Put them in a bin. Don't throw your teeth away on a bus, put them in a bin. That's what they're there for. And she can eat anything. Chris says, We need proportional voting. First past the post keeps the Tories and posh fools like Mogg in power. Is it true he took his nanny on the canvassing trail? Yes, that's not a euphemism, by the way. He took his nanny on the canvassing trail. Literally, he did that. Yeah, not euphemistically, literally. We do need proportional voting. We need to be run by a coalition, a rainbow coalition of interested parties. Not a minority party which runs the country as though they're king. Pah! He goes. Let's have Islington. Hello, Arnold.
Oh, hello, Nick. Hi.
How you doing?
Oh, well, thank you. I was just going to say, I think the public were really harsh on Gavin Williamson because he may be racist or incompetent as he mixed up two completely different black sportsmen.
Oh, right.
He mixed up Marcus Rashford and I think Itoje Maro, and he's probably under a lot of pressure as he is currently still doing his best, so they should leave him alone.
Yeah, he's doing his best.
I just reckon we've got the very best people in this country, much better than the French have, much better than the Belgians have, much better than the Americans have. That doesn't surprise me at all because we're a much better country than every single one of them.
Yeah, he's doing his best. Much better country than every single one of them. Yeah. This is Gavin Williamson doing his best. Yeah, his part of the excellent cabinet of no talents. Thanks a lot, Arnold. 0345 6060 973. What an absolute shower they are.
I don't know anything.
And Chief Clown.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
I mean, it's like a comedy troupe, like one of those unfunny comedy troupes. They're the people that are actually running the country. Can you believe that?
No.
It's amazing. It really is amazing. It's amazing we're still all here. Sam says, how come my dentist has never offered me a foot massage as part of the treatment? I must be going to the wrong dentist. In whose world does someone get a sedation for a root canal filling? They need to grow some, says Sam. I want to be 24 hours ago. I want to be sedated.
Rock and roll!
I want to be sedated. I want to be sedated to do this show. Let's have Hackney. Hello, Linda.
Oh, hello, Nick.
Linda.
You have my sympathy.
Thanks.
Because I'm an ex-dental nurse.
What?
I'm an ex-dental nurse.
You're an ex-dental nurse?
Yeah, because I'm retired now, but back in the day I was a dental nurse.
Right. You're a dental nurse.
Yeah, and I've got a loose tooth myself, so you have my sympathy.
You want to go show it to a dental nurse?
But, I was 14 when I started working in the 1960s.
What?
Yes, I was 14.
You were a dentist when you were 14?
Yeah, dental nurse, yes.
Right, what's a dental nurse do?
Everything.
Eh?
Everything. Mix the fillings, make the false teeth out, do the crowns, hold the patient's hands, hold the patient's head while they take all the teeth out.
Oh, God.
Suck up all the blood.
Oh, please.
I'm trying to cheer you up, actually.
Yeah, this isn't working.
Oh, well, can I come and hold your hand then?
Yeah, that'd be great.
And you need a tot of whiskey.
Yeah, right now would be a good idea.
I haven't got any at the moment.
Okay, well, as soon as you do, pop it in the post for me. Promise me you'll do that.
In a jiffy bag, yeah?
In a jiffy bag. Quite right. Stick it up a jiffy bag. Thanks. Thanks a lot, Linda. 14 0345 6060 973. Mike emails, Nick, quotes, we need a lab lib green whatever alliance. Isn't it easier to say anything but the Tories? Andy says, there are two types of pain, one that breaks you and the one that changes you. Which will you choose, Nick? I'm going to choose the one that breaks me. I am going to be screaming. Norman says, if you drop a brick on your toe, your toothache will instantly disappear. Well, that's just good advice. Thanks, Norman. I'll give that a go. Steve says, what with the glaring spotlights and the smoke generated by the drill, it's more like being at a Pink Floyd gig than at the dentist. Just keep hanging on in quiet desperation, Nick. It's the English way. Absolutely. I shall be screaming and screaming and screaming till I'm sick. Then that sucky tube will... Oh, never mind. I don't want to think about it. Rebecca says, Nick Abbott, 2:30 is dentist o'clock, 2:30. Like 10 to 10, 9:50 is cowboy o'clock. Rebecca, are you confused or is it me? 2:30 is dentist o'clock, 2:30, yeah, I get that, 2:30, yeah. Mm-hmm. What time is your appointment to see the teeth man? 2:30. 10 to 10 is cowboy o'clock. 9:50. I don't get that. Am I missing something obvious? Well, almost certainly. But in relation to this, 10 to 10 is cowboy o'clock. 9:50. 2:30 is dentist. 9:50 is cowboy. I don't get it. I don't understand it, and this is my show. It is an explanatory call in Hereford. Alex.
Nick, morning.
Alex.
I just wanted to clear up your confusion. This is something I learnt in Porto Pollenza when I was with my parents when I was a very young child. And I can explain to you what the 10 to 10 thing means.
Okay, so this text from Rebecca says 2:30 is dentist o'clock, tooth hurty. Get it? And 10 to 10 is cowboy o'clock. What does that mean?
Well, it's because it's 10 to 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 10.
Wow, that's just terrible.
It is. Awful, but that's what it is.
But why is it... that has no relevance to 10 to 10, though. But it doesn't. It doesn't at all. You just made it up.
I don't know. I mean, at the time, my face was painted in green paint because I was supposedly the Hulk. And that's when I was told that's what it meant. So, yeah, that's all I can tell you, Nick, I'm afraid.
OK, well, thanks for filling in the background detail, which has absolutely nothing to do with what we're talking about. No bearing on the subject whatsoever. You were painted green. You were in the Incredible Hulk. 10 to 10. That's just ridiculous. Tooth hurty is verifiably funny. But if that's what the 10 to 10 means, then that's just rubbish. I don't get it. I don't get anything that's happened on this show so far. It's a mystery, as Toya used to say. Sue emails. Oh, my God, it's such a long email. It's like a book. Is it worth reading? Well, let's press on and find out. Sue emails, I don't think the Labour Party are anywhere near as visible or loud as they should be in their criticism of the Tories. Well, you got that right, Sue. They should be constantly highlighting the government's failings, making sure voters actually understand how some of this recent legislation will affect them, social care, etc. Yeah, well, I'm not sure people will be... People don't listen. They've already made their mind up, one way or the other. They're not going to change, not now, not ever, never. She says, also, they should be putting forward their own ideas as to what they would do if they were in power. At the moment, they are not capitalising on this government's abysmal performance, and they are letting them get away with it. I'm sure they would be doing better at the polls if they put themselves out there much more. I know Keir Starmer tries to challenge the PM in PMQs, but his questions don't get an answer, just a load of old waffle. A load of old waffle, Bodge.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Yeah, that's what he does for a living. A load of old waffle. Well, you vote for a waffler, and that's what you get, a load of old waffle. But I completely agree in every respect. Yes, it's an open goal. It has been for the entire time that Keir Starmer has been leading the Labour Party, and they've failed to smash the Tories to pieces, as they should have done. Any reasonable opposition should have smashed this regime to bits. On absolutely anything that they're faced with. pick a subject, anything at all, doesn't matter. Gary says, is Gavin Williamson, a very useful, useless idiot, or did his mistaking Maro Itoje for Marcus Rashford not distract the media and the public enough to stop them concentrating on the disastrous health and social care bill? Yeah, they've been throwing out distraction bombs like mad. Priti Patel's ship thing, there's that, which was the big one, and Frank Spencer escapade, and so on. It's all just distraction bombs. What would Donald Trump do? He'd distract you from the actual issue. The issue of the day, which is literally everything other than what they're trying to make you concentrate on. Let's have a call in Swansea. Val.
Right. Hi, Nick.
Hello, Val.
Okay, now, I think I know a thing or two about root canals. I've had about 10 of them.
How many?
About 10.
You've had 10?
Yes.
Why?
Well, yes. I may have 9. Yes, over the last 25 years, it's been pretty intensive, non-stop dental treatment, really. I know that. I mean, and the answer is not just to say take them out, you see. I'd have done that. So I have to hang on at any cost. It seemed that by 25 years ago that they were all in a terrible state.
Yeah.
So everything it went from small fillings to large fillings to impossible to fill anymore to root canals to hold on to them. I just wasn't going to lose the teeth. That was the end of it. Didn't matter about any pain, whatever. And then eventually, of course, some of them have been lost because it's important to keep them clean. And sometimes they put a crown and they haven't done a root canal. And then, of course, which is why they sometimes do a root canal when it's not needed, if they have to put a crown. So I had to have some crowns because, the enamel had gone of the teeth so badly. And then, of course, sometimes then if they don't do the root canal to stop any infection there, then, of course, later on, you lose the crown, and that's a great expense. So that's why they sometimes fill that in. So a few things I know about it. One is I know a good... I wouldn't have carried on. I've had private dental treatment all this time. I wouldn't have managed without a very good health insurer, which I'll tell you about in a minute, dental insurer. I have had a second opinion. I do know how to not feel any pain at all. And I was going to recommend a mouthwash. I didn't hear the beginning of the show, so I don't know whether you've just got pain and it could be an abscess. Is that the case? You just got a pain or something in the tooth, have you?
Val, is the doctor in? It sounds like you're a medical professional.
No, well, of course, I probably have had more work than most people because most people would have not put up with it. They would have just said, take them out.
Take them all out, yes.
But I would definitely not go in to do that. I did not want to lose the tooth. I kind of grieve after when I do actually have to lose a tooth. I don't like that. So, I've done it. So I had no choice.
How do you? Okay, skip to the how do you feel no pain part.
Well, right. So
don't tell me.
I was a child.
Yes.
I was a child. Like the lady who said about the laughing gas. I actually, because in those days you had to have gas. Children were not giving injection, and I already started having problems when I was small, about 5.
Yeah.
So
kids are still huffing that gas now.
Well, I kicked the nurse.
Yeah, in car parks.
I kicked the nurse, and then So what I mean is, I was a child that was terrified of the dentist.
Right.
I didn't think I would end up.
Skip to the part with no pain.
Well, what I'm saying, I had to learn how to sort it out. So, first of all, the biggest problem was keeping your mouth open for an hour because it was an hour's treatment minimum. Sometimes now, these days, they do it in 2 lots, but usually I have everything done on the one, and it was nothing less than an hour. So, just keeping my mouth open seemed like a big thing in itself.
Val, can you skip to the part where you don't feel any pain?
Yes, and the same as when I broke my wrist, I didn't have any, I wouldn't take gas and air, and I didn't need to, because I use the same method.
Yeah, oh my God, now, Val, can you skip to the part with the no pain?
Okay, well, you have to distract yourself in your mind.
Are you kidding me? That's it?
You distract yourself because otherwise you're aware of everything coming up.
Val, I want major drugs.
Count. Yes, I count. And by the time I finish count 100, I start
This is
again.
how you feel no pain, counting?
That's right. You actually don't notice it.
Oh, get lost. Of course I'll notice it.
Well, it works. Oh, I actually, because I like numbers, okay, perhaps it wouldn't work if somebody doesn't like numbers.
What's your favourite number?
I don't have favourite numbers. But anyway, what I'm saying is, no.
Well, you
I
just
like
you
playing
just
with
spread
numbers.
your love over all of the numbers. You don't have any favourites. You must do.
Well, if I'm in front of a car,
Yes.
I tend not to notice the car, but I play around with numbers on the number plate in my mind. So, I mean, okay, so now everybody will be able to do that. But
Which is
it
your
does
least?
work.
Which is your least favourite number?
No, it does work. And
Zero?
the next thing is, I did get what you might try though as a mouthwash.
Multiplication.
What you might try as a mouthwash is not only salt water, which even dentists believe in, and they don't
Yes.
know much.
They're no idiots. Mhm.
So it needs to be, probably won't, but it needs to be, very saline, so you need that. But if you can get some tea tree oil, because there is infection, and you can do that a few times a day. Honestly, I think it will reduce the infection.
I'm not a hippie, Val. Tea tree oil.
No,
Are you kidding?
And as for the clove oil, of course, it's the one essential oil they sell in Boots.
Right.
Clove oil. So you need to get fresh clove oil if you haven't tried it, and then get a cotton bud and put it really sort of it's very precisely on the way you think it is.
And you drink it straight up or with ice?
But if you go to Holland Barrett, you can get tea tree oil in there, okay?
Right.
So you need only like a few drops, because it's very potent, all the essential oils.
But you understand that you're a person that's giving me medical advice who, for the relief of pain, suggests counting.
That's right. Well, I can tell you I had about 10 root canal treatments, is what I'm saying. So I think I do know a thing or two about it.
Well, I'm afraid you know absolutely nothing about the relief of pain. If you're,
it isn't pain. Honestly, now there is no pain, because these days, by the time you have the injection, for a second, the injection is a bit. But I honestly don't. They even say to me, you haven't moved. You don't. It doesn't bother me, because it's only going to be a second. So if you can't distract yourself for that second or two, that's a bit silly.
Yeah. Well, that's me. But anyway, thanks for that excellent advice. None of which I will be following. Cheers, Val. Just a little pinprick. That'll keep you going for the show.
Rock and roll!
Counting? No. I want major drugs. I want I want to be that's going to be me on the dentist's chair. I want to be completely out of it. See, this stuff here that I bought from the chemist, in combination with all the other things that I'm taking, it's wow, it just makes time fly by. I should have toothache more often. I've never had so much fun. Tufnell Park. Hello, Kate. Kate?
Yes.
Yes, Kate.
Oh, hello.
Kate.
Teeth.
Excuse me?
Teeth. Teeth.
Oh, teeth. Yes, teeth.
Yeah.
Yes.
I needed 2 crowns.
Right.
And I nearly choked at the amount of money.
How much?
So I sold my jewellery.
Oh, what?
The thing is that I didn't wear my jewellery anymore, because I was frightened of it getting pulled off my neck and my ears and everything else. And I thought, I don't wear it anymore. I don't wear my rings. Let's just sell it all, and I'll stick it all in my mouth. So I did.
Right.
And that's how I paid for my crowns.
How much?
Over £1,000.
What? Each?
Yeah, and I just...
Each?
But every time now I see my teeth, I see my necklace and my rings.
Yeah.
And that's what I see in my mouth.
See, hippity hop stars, they just put their jewellery in their mouth.
Yeah.
They don't swap it for teeth. They just cover their teeth with jewellery.
Mm. So I'm quite happy with it now. I sometimes think of my nice little brooch and stuff, but then, then I think, oh, no, the crown is very nice, thank you.
Yeah.
And look, about the clown in number 10, I think it is wearing off. I honestly do, because I think, he's been winging it for so long now.
Has he ever?
Stop.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
And that's what it is, isn't it? It's like a relationship. When people keep winging it,
yeah,
and then in the end you think, oh, go away.
Things
That's what's going to happen.
Yeah, things that used to attract you suddenly become really annoying.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think we're at that. We may be at that point.
Yeah, we are at that point.
Right.
I hope.
All right. Thanks a lot, Kate.
Bye.
Ta-da. Oh, she had to sell her jewellery. Yeah, we may be at the point where your act isn't funny anymore.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Yeah, exactly. There he is trying, because it's 9/11, so he tried to be all, statesmanlike and prime ministerial and bringing that as in a Churchill. Oh! Doesn't work if you present yourself as a clown. And that's an act that has worked for him his entire life. I mean, he still is he acts like a child, doesn't he? He acts like that little boy at Eton, barging his way to the front of the queue at the tuck shop. 0345 6060 973. Edinburgh. Hello, Bruce.
Good morning, Nick.
Bruce.
How are you?
Good, thanks.
I'm phoning about the 10 to 10 nonsense and what that's all about.
Can I recap? Before you try to explain it to us?
Yeah.
Can I recap? Okay, somebody called in with the old joke about my tooth. I'm going to the dentist. What time's your appointment? 2:30.
2:30, yeah.
Get it? It's the funniest joke ever. And then somebody said that it's 10 to 10 is the cowboy time, and I still don't understand that. So go ahead.
Yeah. Well, you and I are both of a similar vintage, I would say. In fact, it's actually my birthday today, believe it or not.
No way!
Yeah.
Nobody cares.
63 today.
63 today.
But no, the 10 to 10, what you're supposed to do, and the guy earlier sang it, but he sang the wrong tune. It's supposed to be sang to the tune of Bonanza, which, as you may well remember, was a American cowboy series back in the 60s and 70s.
Right.
So you're supposed to say 10 to 10 to 10 to 10 to 10 10 to 10 to 10 to 10 10 to 10 to 10.
But it still doesn't work, because it could be anything. Yeah. It could be Bob.
It could, but I've always been told that 10 to 10 is cowboy time.
Well, I've never heard that before in my life.
Yeah, you never heard that?
As a joke, I don't like it.
Well, I've lived in Edinburgh all my life, and I'm surprised you never heard that during the time that you lived here, because it went round schools like wildfire.
Well, not my school.
Not your school. No, I know what school you went to.
Yeah.
It was a rival school to the one I went to.
Uh-oh. You went to...
Black Blazers.
I can't remember. What they called?
Remember.
Go on.
Royal High.
Oh, the Royal High.
Yeah.
Okay.
You went to one up in Lorison Place, is that right?
The Blue Blazer.
The Blue Blazer, yeah.
There's like a walk down memory lane. All right.
Certainly is.
Thanks a lot, Bruce. Hey, did you ever used to go to Hot Licks Records? Being about the same age as me.
Hot Licks, was that the one in...
that was on
off Lothian Road?
It was on the hill. I can't remember what the hill was called.
Oh, the hill. Oh, no, it's not what I'm thinking of.
The wee windy hill.
The wee windy hill.
Down
I'm thinking of Sweet Inspiration, which was just off Lothian Road.
Right. There was also a Bruce's. There was a Bruce's Records.
Yeah, that was in Rose Street, and there was one in Shanwick Place as well.
But you being Bruce, that's had nothing to do with you.
No, because it was Bruce Finlay.
Right, it was another Bruce entirely. Okay, thanks a lot, Bruce. Cheers, mate. So I still don't like that joke. What kind of a joke is that? It doesn't make any sense. It could be anything. 10 to 10. It could be 9 to 9. Or 8 to 8. It's not time specific. Tooth hurty is. It makes no sense. But being as it makes no sense, it fits right in on this show. Rob text, can we swap Pretty Patel for some magic beans? Absolutely, Rob. Ein texts, A-Y-N. Not that Ein, surely. Dear Nick, I think the public should leave Gavin Williamson alone. He may be racist or incompetent, for mixing up two completely different black sportsmen, but he is still doing his best. Ain't that right, Gav? That's a yes. This says, a dentist used to give you a haircut after extraction as well. See, I'd want the haircut first. Because after you've had your tooth pulled out, like medieval style, you wouldn't want to sit there to get your tresses snipped. Snip first, pull later. Tim says, several weeks ago I went for a dentist, my routine checkup, and when in the dentist chair, I said, shall I take my mask off? I immediately realised I had said something stupid, says Tim. Sitting in a dentist chair, asking whether he should take his mask off. No, keep your mask on. I'll get to your teeth through the back of your head. Mandy says, please do your Jacob Rees-Mogg impression. No. But thanks for asking. Bournemouth. Hello, Tony.
Hi, Nick. Yeah, it's not cowboy time. It's not a joke. It's tea break.
Tea break.
So if you were an apprentice, they used to say, check your kettle, my old china, which means check your watch, my old mate. Yeah, china plate, mate.
Yeah.
Meaning that it's 10 to 10, which is time to put the kettle on for 10 o'clock tea break. And the reason it's 10 to 10 is because that's the theme to what used to be High Silver. Remember? What's the name of the show? Oh, Western.
High
cowboy show.
Yeah, the Tonto and
High Silver. Yeah, Tonto and what's it? Yeah, Lone Ranger.
Lone Ranger,
yeah. Yeah, so that's where the 10 to 10 comes in, because it's 10 to 10, the 1812 Overture, which is 10 to 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, which is the theme tune for the Lone Ranger.
Yeah, but don't you understand? It could be anything. You could be singing anything to that tune. What has 10 to 10 got to do with it? It could be 8 to 8. Or 3 to 3. It just makes no sense. It's not specific. It's just something you made up. It's not a joke. I'm not laughing. But thanks, Tony. Let's see if I can get this one done just before the new news. Essex, Anne.
Oh, hello there.
Hello there.
I just wanted to let you feel. I feel sorry that you're in all that pain.
Yes.
And that's something I've never experienced.
Pain?
Pain. You're in pain with your teeth and your tooth?
I'm in more pain than any human being has ever suffered. You believe that?
Yes. I don't. Well, I do, but I don't.
What?
I've never... I'm fortunate, I suppose. I've never suffered with it.
Right.
Yeah, and I'm 91 and I've got all my own teeth. So
91 years old? And you've got all of your teeth?
I've got all my teeth. So
all of them? Really?
I hope I haven't got to look forward to what you're doing.
All of them? You've got all of your teeth?
Yes.
The wisdom teeth?
Yeah. Ah, no.
Aha.
I knew you'd catch me out somewhere. No.
There you are, you see.
Yeah, but I tell you what, I did have a filling. No, not a filling. A crown.
Right.
Over 50 years ago, and it's still there.
God.
So I think you must have put it in with concrete or something.
I'll ask for that when I go back at 2:30. Thanks a lot, Anne. Right, so thanks for all your, suggestions and dreadful tales of dental misery. A new poll has found that as many as 54 Tory MPs, many of them in red wall seats taken from Labour in the North and the Midlands, are at risk. Bodger Johnson would lose dozens of red wall seats and his Commons majority if an election was held today, a new poll suggests. Well, we've got a couple of hours. Go on, Bodger, I double dare you. The PM was told that as many as 54 of his MPs are at risk of losing to Labour, with dozens on the brink in the Northern and Midland seats. It's the second poll since the PM announced he would pay for social care and the NHS backlog with a tax on jobs. He ain't paying nothing. He ain't paying it, we are. He's going to pay for it. Do me a favour. So it's the little people who are going to be paying for the social care and the NHS backlog, rather than high earners or those with wealth. What an enormous and total surprise.
Yeah.
The young and the poor and the just about getting by are subsidising the old and the well-off and the rich. I think we've reached peak Tory. It's as high as we can go. It's what the public want, says Bodge. But people aren't buying that act anymore. I mean, do you have anything other than funny hair, a bad suit, and a bit of schoolboy Latin? He's thinking about it. He'll let us know. A Times poll on Friday, as in yesterday, put Labour in the lead for the first time. You believe that? That's the first, not first time ever, but first time this year. The first time this year since January. Today's Telegraph poll shows the Conservatives are hemorrhaging support to the Greenies. Hey, they're going to the Greenies. Groovy. Yeah, they're no longer the 4% party. They've doubled their score. Excellent work, Greenies.
Yowza.
The Conservatives hemorrhaging support to the Greenies and the Reform Party, as in the Nigel Party.
We've got a few idiots in our party.
Yeah, could have driven a bus through that gap. Never mind. Among those at risk, former Tory leader Ian middle name Smith. Not former Tory leader Ian middle name Smith. What would we do without his knowledge of, all the knowledge that he has about... I've got nothing. Scottish Tory leader Douglas Ross is also in danger of having to find something else to do with his life. So the PM is spooked by a couple of polls that suggest that his appeal is waning. So what does he do? He doubles down. What would Donald Trump do? He doubles down with his plan of appeasing well-off Tory voters in the South who don't want any homes built near where they live. He's reportedly set to scrap proposals to tear up the planning rules. I couldn't believe it when he said this in the first place. I thought, he'll never do it. This is another one of these I'm gonners. Going to do this, I'm going to do that. Oh, don't worry about a thing. I'm all over it. I thought, no, you won't. And he ain't. The PM supposedly wanted an overhaul of the planning system. He probably got whispered in the ear at one of his ultra-secret VIP executive lunches by people who also just happen to build houses for a living. Whispering sweet nothings in his ear. And he probably said, yeah, all right then. That's the effect of a long lunch.
Booze.
And then he put it to the people, and the people said, what? Nowhere near me, thanks very much. The PM wanted an overhaul of the planning system, promising 300,000 new homes a year in England in his Tory manifesto. And when I heard that, I thought, no. No. I thought, you ain't going to do it, you just aren't. And it's out the window, defenestrated. Locals in key Tory seats were furious with the plan. They said, what? Not round here. Not in my crescent, you don't. The loss of the Chesham and Amersham by-election was put down to this, locals, well-off locals in the south, saying, oh, yes, we absolutely, more houses for poor people, just not round here. People want new houses, but they don't want them anywhere near where they live. Plus, it wouldn't be so bad if they weren't also bloomin' ugly. Why are the houses in this country so bloomin' ugly, by the way? I mean, I'm just curious. I mean, they could build nice houses. They just choose not to. I mean, have house builders ever even heard of a thing called architects? An architect could actually knock up something nice. They just draw it on a bit of paper, and the builder goes, here, lick a paint, and then they stick it up. But no, they're hideous. Great expanses of featureless brick wall. Tiny, mean little windows. Why are they so tiny? Because glass costs more than brick. That's true. And they're all so painfully, hideously ugly. Why? Why are they all so ugly? They make no effort at all. They know they can just chuck up any old rubbish, and the government will subsidise it with some, for one of their little schemes in order to enrich their donors. And people in desperation will pay any amount of money because the government is stumping up part of it. And the scars across this once beautiful, well, it is mostly still beautiful, but wherever these housing developments end up, they hideousify it forever. Yeah, that's right. Hideousify. Look it up in a dictionary. Not to mention those absolutely appalling blocks of executive flatlets that they're throwing up here, there and everywhere, baby. They all look the blooming same as well. Apart from the ones in just down the river from here in Vauxhall, they seem to have reserved a special hideousness for those particular blocks. That specific area is hideous beyond belief. I mean, it virtually makes the skin off the front of your eyeballs peel. You know, but apart from that, they look like a lovely place to live. Yesterday's messages. John emails, no one has mentioned the astronomical cost of insurance for a first-time HGV driver. Well, that's a good point. And that might be going through the roof because they're about to make passing your test to be an HGV driver a lot more simple. That's a good idea, isn't it?
No.
Not really. No. Doesn't seem like a good idea to me. I'll get into that in a minute. Kath texts, Nick, when I had my root canal that evening, once the anaesthetic wore off, I was in a lot of pain. Eating ice cream really helped to ease the pain. You should try it, says Kath. Kath, if I ever go down that route, canal, then my plan is for the anaesthetic to never wear off. Kerry texts, Nick, ex-dental nurse here, the extracted crowns are kept and sold. I had a man come round every few months to buy them for their gold content, and it paid for our drinks at the Christmas do. What? Booze. So that's where my gold the crown went. Highly suspicious. Gaz says, Nick, if the left could unite under one issue, it is possible we could save the United Kingdom. It's a puzzle of mine that the USA do it so easily under the Democrats when needed. The left just end up hate-fighting each other and nothing changes. Yeah, well, I've said that about 1,000 times. When necessary, the right all get in a line and say the same thing. How many hospitals are we building? 48. How many nurses? You know, 150,000. Now, they all say the same thing, like robots, like they're all automatons.
Affirmative.
But the left, meanwhile, are tearing chunks out of each other because one's more pure than the other. Like a blooming purity contest over at the left, and they will lose again. Cindy says, Labour need a street fighter to deal with the PM. Keir Starmer is too decent to get down and dirty. He expects honesty, no chance. Well, you could say the same about Joe Biden. I don't care what Joe Biden does in his presidency. He had one job, to get the screaming Mimi out of the White House, and he did an excellent job in that. Get that powder puff president out of there.
Don't be rude.
Andrew emails, my dashant George recently had 28 teeth out at the vets, general anaesthetic, and all went very smoothly. 450 quid the lot. Go to a vet. That's an excellent idea, Andrew. I think I might do just that. And that's the last I want to hear about teeth. No more teeth. Cindy texts, how's the toothache, Nick? Hey, no more teeth. Says, thanks for your fabulous show last night. Fabulous, what, like in, like sort of a science fiction kind of thing? Giggling and outright laughing she was. At me and my predicament. RJ says, wow. That's how it starts. Wow. Nick, aren't you excited about the tennis?
No.
No. He says, some young girl is possibly going to win a game, possibly not. Riveting. I'd rather be watching Eurovision, says RJ. I assumed RJ was a male person, could have been a female person, or neither of the above. Sexist. David says, have you seen that big streak of... Yeah, I did see that, yeah. He says, have you seen that big streak of gristle, otherwise known as Jacob Rees-Smug, zip-wiring in Wales, waving a Welsh flag? Yes. And you look just as preposterous as that description would lead you to believe.
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
That guy's popular. He's popular with poor people. I don't recognise this country anymore. I think this country has jumped the shark. Let's have a call in Georgia. Graham. Graham.
Nick.
Yes, Graham.
Thanks so much for taking my call, Nick. I haven't spoken to you all year.
Oh, okay.
Architecture.
Yes.
It amazes me that you guys have the same problems that we have here. That everything that they buy nice little cottages that were built in the 30s, 20s, and 30s, tear them down, pay $700,000 for them, and build these $4,500 vanilla mansions. It's incredible.
Right. Well, I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about rich people's mansions. I'm talking about housing for poor people in this country. That's the architecture I'm talking about. It's like no architect was ever involved. It's just some engineer drew. There's like a child's version of what a house looks like. You know, it's just a big square with 4 windows at the front and a chimney on top.
I got you. Yeah. Well, unlike the town, like Bourneville, Cadbury's Bourneville was a factory town.
Yeah.
That had worker houses.
Right.
That had halfway decent architecture to them.
I bet they were charming.
In fact, they are, because I would spend some time in the Georgia Tech library, and was looking at different houses to build when I was building houses in the 80s, and they were small and compact, but that was the style back in the way.
Yeah,
late 1800s,
they were easy on the
20s.
eye. It's what people wanted.
Right.
They wanted bedrooms upstairs and a living room downstairs.
Yeah.
They wanted a little garden to call their own. That's what people want.
Right.
Instead of these hideous lumps that pass for housing estates now. They're just so unredeemably hideous.
I call them plywood boxes. What I call them.
Right. Well, we don't build plywood here. Our weather's a little bit. Although in Georgia, pretty bad weather in Georgia, I bet.
You put a finish on it, but I mean, they're just pretty much plywood boxes everywhere you go.
Right.
And it's I don't know why it's so hideous, but it's just must be a global thing if it's happening there and happening here.
I don't think so. I mean, I don't see the same sort of lack of concern about how buildings look in other countries. I just don't. Not in France. Absolutely, totally not in Italy. Oh my God, they'd go berserk if you tried to build some of the hideous housing estates that we got littering the country in Italy. No, it's just a British thing. They don't care because they can get away with it. It's this help to buy thing. The government isn't helping poor people to get on the housing ladder. The government is helping their housing development donors to sell tripe. That's what it's for. It's for increasing the profitability of the housing developers. But it's sold to us as they're doing us a favour. Of course they're not. Thanks a lot, Graham. 0345 6060 973. Yeah, the developers can throw up anything, and because it's cheaper, they'll do it that way. I mean, it would be more expensive to employ an architect, and they'd think about it long and hard, and they might introduce some different materials on the outside, and it wouldn't all look the bleeding same. It wouldn't all be just hideous bricks and tiny windows and looking mean and cheap. I mean, you can build houses without spending an absolute fortune and make them look nice. It's done every now and again, and some design magazine will put it on their front page in stunned amazement. This is actually built in Britain. Can you believe it? But that's the reason that all the housing estates in this country are all the bloomin' same. All look hideous, including those blocks of executive flatlets. They're all the same, because why hire an architect? Why hire somebody with some sort of artistic bent when you don't have to, and it's cheaper not to? Just put up the same thing in Swindon as you did in Bristol, and it will and people will queuing around the block because the government is helping them to buy, or we've got some other scheme going on. And because you get some money off, people think that they're having, that they're actually, winning. You're not winning. Just look out the window. It's awful out there. The only thing good about those houses is that you can't see the house that you're living in when you're living in it. But, that's not what I want to talk about all night long. Chris says, just use the £350 million per week that we're no longer sending Brussels. What for? That part he misses out. It's pretty important information there, Chris. What are we going to use it for? This email says, the reason that Ian, middle name Smith, uses his middle name is so he's not confused with the actor Ian Smith, who played Harold Bishop in Neighbours. Well, I've got no idea who that is, but I seriously doubt that is true. I think you're probably disseminating misinformation. Liar! Yeah. Waterloo. Hello, Maria.
Oh, brilliant. Nick, hello.
Maria.
Hi, how are you?
I'm great, mate.
All right. I was going to launch into something, but first of all, I want to say that these ugly buildings are being built right now. I live in a council block, which I own a flat in, and they are building rooftop buildings. They're plonking a block of flats on top of my building to solve Suffolk's housing crisis.
Right. So they're putting a block of flats on top of a block of flats.
Precisely.
Wow.
2 stories.
How are the people upstairs going to get to? Are they going to build how are they going to get there?
There's going to be a lift.
Oh, a lift, right.
They'll put a lift in. But it's just, no consultation all the time. Suffolk Council saying, we love our people, we listen to them, we do this, that and the other, and yet they're just going to plonk it on without anybody doing anything against it.
Right.
But I have to phone you about masks. The reason why I'm sounding blocked up is that I have been in bed, my sick bed, for 2 weeks now. I travel twice a day going to work on the tube and the train. And in the morning and the evening, nobody is wearing a mask.
Oh, come on, that's not true. I mean, I've been on the train a couple of times. I haven't done it in the rush hour right now, but on the train a couple of times this week. In fact, pretty much every day this week. And, people were wearing masks. Of course they were.
What, all of them?
No, not all of them. But then people have never all worn a mask. I mean, there's always been some refuseniks.
No, but when a man sat next to me without his mask, I got up because it was my protest. He then turned round, shouted at me in front of everyone in the carriage, and laughed at me as if I was the one with a problem because I was wearing a mask.
Well, did you tut at him?
I just looked at him and wanted to say, "You miserable fat so-and-so."
Right.
But I wouldn't.
Right.
Because I'm polite.
Yeah, be polite.
Be polite.
Always.
But Nick, the mask is good for you because it covers up your teeth problem.
Well, it doesn't cure my teeth problem, but it may cover my mouth up where my teeth reside, but I don't think it would actually solve a problem. Oh, God, the cough on you, Maria.
I know. Thanks for keeping me going.
Okay, how did you get that cough? Did you get it
from the train?
From your mask?
From people not wearing masks.
Right. Probably not. Was it?
Yes.
Right.
Every day, and, Nick, I'm a COVID marshal on the Bridgerton set, and I can't do my COVID marshalling because I'm sick.
What's a Bridgerton set?
Bridgerton, the Netflix production.
Oh, right. You're a COVID marshal. Drama. What does that mean?
That means I have to parade up and down and make sure that everyone's keeping their distance, wearing their mask or their visor or their goggles.
Do you actually have to parade?
Well, I like to.
Could you sashay, perhaps?
I do a bit of sashaying as well, actually.
Strut? Can you strut?
Oh, I'm strutting when I saw that man on the train.
So what's Bridgerton? I think people were talking about that. Wasn't that one of those shows where everybody takes their clothes off?
Disgusting.
Yeah.
Awful.
Yeah.
I see. Okay. Well,
right.
thanks for the dirty giggle there, Maria.
Oh, the only one I do.
All right, cheers, my dear. 0345 6060 973. So I don't know anything about Bridgerton, but apparently they're making more of it, and it's going to be even more naked than it was before.
Dreadful.
Isn't that shocking? That's what we hear from the word from the inside. Oh, she struts up and down, giving it to people who disobey the rules. Don't you worry about that. Jezza tweets, forget houses, what about ugly skyscrapers? The London Gherkin and the London Shard are both eyesores. Get lost. No, they're not. It says, for me, I prefer bricks and cement than these god-awful glass buildings. Well, some glass buildings are very nice, and you picked on two that are pretty good, I think. The Gherkin and the Shard. I mean, there's so many other buildings you could have picked on. I mean, like virtually every single one in that entire Vauxhall area is properly hideous. I mean, there's maybe a couple that you would want to save if it was absolutely necessary. But all of the rest of them can go. But unfortunately, they're all brand new, and we'll be stuck with them forever. Who okays all of those buildings? I mean, really, who's the person that okays them? Who looks at a piece of paper and a design on a piece of paper and think, oh, yeah, that's good. Yeah, I'd love to see that every day on the London skyline. Let's build that. Morons. We're surrounded by morons. This text says, I've heard that Lego houses can be cheap, says Tilly. Yeah, just don't stand on them at night. Higgs tweets, leave Boris alone. He'll come good in the end. Just give him a bit of space. He's doing his best. I don't think his act is working anymore. And once you lose the people's appreciation of your clown routine, what else have you got? Let's have a call in Bridgend. Hello, Bo.
Hello, Nick.
Bo.
Nick, you're talking about the rubbish housing being built now.
Yes.
Right. It goes back, right? Because I'm down in South Wales, and my parents, we benefited, right, from buying the council houses, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Are you with me? But I thought it was so brilliant.
Far.
Yeah, for working class families, it was absolutely brilliant for us. But then, as you get a little bit, I was a young lad when my dad bought his council house, okay? But as you get a little bit older, you think, hang on, we bought our house, but no buggers built any more social housing for anyone else.
Right.
So we're just playing catch up. We're building crap because there was never no plan for, okay, sell off the council houses, sell off,
No, the reason that new houses are rubbish, as are flats, is because the builders can get away with producing rubbish, because with schemes like Help to Buy and just a general desperation in the air, they know that they can sell anything that they build.
Of course they can, because there's demand there. But where was the plan in the 70s and the 80s then to say, okay, we're selling off council stock, let's build some nice houses.
Yeah.
Let's build in different areas.
Yeah, there was no plan. Of course not.
There was no plan.
No, other countries were building hundreds of thousands. God.
But it's why they're getting away with building rubbish now, because they're playing catch up, isn't they?
No, again, do I need to repeat myself? Bo, it's got nothing to do with catch up. They can get away with building rubbish houses now because people will buy them, regardless of what they are. There's this desperation in the air. We've got to get on the housing ladder. We've got to. And so anything that goes up anywhere near you, you're queuing around a block to get your hands on it, no matter how bad it is. They've got no cupboards and no windows. There's no garden. There's no room. They put a show house with comically small furniture in it, which they get made specially. Now, you go in and you see the front room and it's got, oh, look, there's a two-seater sofa and there's another chair. Oh, I could fit my stuff in there. No, you can't. It's specially made furniture, like about 2/3 normal size. That's how they get you. That and just the general sense of, fear of missing out. And the government will use taxpayers' money to subsidise the house builders, who, by some stroke of luck, are also, coincidentally, donors to the Conservative Party. Isn't that a surprise? It's almost as though the one had something to do with the other. Curious. Thanks a lot, Bo. Very, very aggressive. Jim says, Nick, the most worrying thing about the housing situation in this country is that the person supposedly in charge of it is none other than the Right Honourable Robert Envelope Brown. Yeah, Robert Envelope Brown, MP. I think he does good work. That's Lord Envelope Brown to you, mate. Joe says, has it suddenly dawned on your editor... What? That by changing the HGV driver test rules, we are moving further away from your holier-than-thou EU. Oh, God, what are you talking about, Joe? Yes, there will be safety issues, but hospitals need equipment and shops need food to sell, so how about letting this one go? Has it suddenly dawned on your editor? Who's my editor? That by changing the HGV driver test rules, we are moving further away from your holier-than-thou EU. Well, here's a concept that may be revolutionary to you, Joe. I'd prefer that tests to drive an HGV didn't get easier. Maybe that's just me. Yes, there will be safety issues. I mean this with the great love and affection, Joe. You're an idiot. 0345 6060 973. And it's about, the empty shelves in the supermarket. If you haven't seen empty shelves in the supermarket, or you refuse to believe that they exist, then that means that you have probably voted leave. If you have seen empty shelves in the supermarket, and you do believe that they exist, you probably voted remain. There's a poll that came out that illuminated that fact. The days when supermarket shoppers could expect to pick up whatever they want, whenever they want, are over. A food industry expert has warned. But what do food industry experts know about food?
Yeah.
This expert claimed the supply chain crisis will only get worse, and the expert is Ian Wright, not that one. Chief Executive of the Food and Drink Federation, the membership body for the food and drink manufacturing sector. But what does the food and drink manufacturing sector know about food and drink? Ian Wright, not that one, said it's going to get worse. It's not going to get better after getting worse anytime soon. That's a very complicated sentence. He said He said it's going to get worse, and it's not going to get better after getting worse anytime soon. Did you get that?
No.
But I heard that Bodger Johnson said that everything is going to be all right, and he has the benefit of not being an expert on anything. Ian Wright said the result of the labour shortages is that the just-in-time system that has sustained supermarkets, convenience stores and restaurants so that the food arrived on the shelf or in the kitchen just when you need it is no longer working. And I don't think it will work again. I think we will see we are now in for permanent shortages, says Ian Wright, Chief Executive of the Food and Drink Federation, the membership body for the food and drink manufacturing sector. But Bodger says there won't be any shortages. And Jacob Smug said that we would have more choice of food and it would be cheaper. Smug.
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
I mean, if you'd just told us that before, maybe we wouldn't have believed all of that flannel you came out with about how great Brexit was going to be. Industry figures have pinned the problems on a shortage of lorry drivers and food processing staff due to Brexit and COVID, which has seen foreign workers go home because we wanted them to. No, wait, come back. Why are you going? Don't listen to us. Mr. Wright said this doesn't mean that the UK is going to run out of food, but higher margin products would be prioritised by retailers. He said what's changing now is that the UK shopper and the consumer could have previously expected just about every product they want to be on the shelf or in the restaurant all the time. He says that is over, and I don't think it's coming back. Which is good. I mean, all those difficult choices are over and they're not coming back. It's a dream come true, actually. I mean, it'll be like Russia in the 1980s, when you can have anything you want as long as it's cabbage.
Fabulous.
The farm-to-fork supply chain is apparently missing around 500,000 of the 4 million people that usually work in that sector. 500,000. Part of this will have come from the EU nationals leaving the UK because we wanted them to. Well, we don't like your sort round here. So they heard that message loud and clear and scarpered. And now, in order to tackle the shortage of lorry drivers ahead of Christmas, hey, it's going to be Jesus' birthday sometime soon. And in an attempt to tackle the shortage of lorry drivers, the Transport Secretary has announced that HGV driving tests are going to be relaxed to allow 50,000 more to be taken.
What?
Yeah, they were going to relax HGV driving tests. Going to be much, much easier to pass. Everybody must get prizes. Grant Shapps, the actual Transport Secretary, said that following a consultation, 3 changes will happen to speed up the process of qualifying to drive an HGV. A consultation? Who did he consult? Coco the Clown? Are you kidding? Our Brexit bonus is to have less well-qualified people driving vehicles the size of a house? What could possibly go wrong? The changes are, from the 20th of this month, car drivers will not be able to take a test to tow a trailer or a caravan, to allow about 30,000 more HGV driving tests to be taken this year. Tests are going to be made shorter. Oh, great. With reversing removed. Because, who needs to reverse? And the uncoupling and recoupling exercise for trailer tests is going to be removed, and they will not have to be tested separately by a third party. Articulated vehicle drivers will no longer have to get a licence for a smaller vehicle first. The government says this will allow about 20,000 more HGV tests each year, and means that drivers can gain licences and enter the industry more quickly. Grant Shapps said the changes will streamline the tests but will not reduce the rigour of the test. Yeah, sure. They're not going to test reversing or uncoupling the actual trailers. I mean, that doesn't sound like it's not reduced the rigour of the test. I suppose they haven't reduced the rigour of the other test, like the driving test for normal cars. I think basically, if you can find your car, you pass. In fact, you pass your driving test and you get a free A star in Physics O-Level thrown in for free.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So that's problem solved. More tests, job done, nothing to see here except for reality, which has an annoying habit of contradicting government spokespeople all the time. There's a bloke called Richard Burnett, Chief Executive of the Road Haulage Association, another one of these experts. No! He said, this is not going to solve the problem in the short term because the sheer numbers that we need, we can't train sufficient numbers between now and Christmas to salvage Christmas. He said we need access to foreign labour through the shortage of occupation list or temporary visas in order to bring people in. This simply will not solve the crisis, and this crisis is getting worse by the week. It's not getting better. And the government heard not one word of that, because after the word foreign, it jammed its fingers in its ears and it sang the national anthem so as not to hear any more. He said, this bloke said, we need to access foreign labour through and then they heard not one word after that. 50,000 drivers left the road in the last 2 years, thanks to a combination of the pandemic and Brexit and them not wanting to do it anymore. And it's left hauliers struggling to keep trucks on the road and businesses in multiple sectors struggling to keep up with demand. It's another Brexit bonus. And we rely on road haulage. Everything that gets to a shop or a restaurant is taken by a lorry. Gets to this country by boat, and then it gets on a lorry. And we've got shortages at supermarkets and restaurants. There's like a lack of products for public health. Got deliveries to flu vaccinations delayed. We've got water purification chemicals required to process sewage. They haven't arrived on time. It's okay, everybody. We'll be starving, but at least we'll have a ready supply of hot sewage. Grant Shapps, the Transport Secretary, said we've got 1.6 million people coming off furlough in September. Some people who will be attracted, perhaps, by a new profession. Really, Grant Shapps, would you do it? Would you eat petrol station food for breakfast, lunch and dinner and sleep in your cab in a lay-by and have nowhere to wash and not be home while it's still light? No, I didn't think so. And then he did that, it's not Brexit dance that they're all doing. He said that the UK is not alone in experiencing driver shortages, with Europe needing 400,000 more lorry drivers. Yeah, they do. We need 100,000, and all of Europe needs 400,000. We, 65 million people, are 100,000 drivers short, and Europe's 448 million people are short of 400,000. It seems to me like there is a factor affecting this country more than the rest of Europe, which has also had the virus. I mean, is there anything that we've done lately that the rest of Europe hasn't? Can you think of anything at all, Bodge? He'll get back to us. The people who actually know something about lorries, the hauliers, the supermarkets, the Confederation of British Industry, they all agree that granting European drivers short-term visas is the only way to deal with the short-term crunch caused by the build-up to Christmas. And we find the government believe that their fans would rather cancel Christmas than have a single another foreigner coming over here. Or at least that's what their fans say now. Just wait till December, and we'll see what they say then. You don't want to go short on Jesus' birthday.
Hello, Nick. How are you?
I'm great, mate.
Good. Now, I've rung about new houses.
Yes.
Do you know what they all want?
Knocking down.
No. Somewhere to hide all the bins, the wheelie bins, the recycle bins, so that people don't have to put them in the front garden, or worse still, leave them on the street, because they're a blooming eyesore, don't you think?
I absolutely agree with you 100%, except for what we should actually be doing is getting rid of the bins entirely. Now, you may think that I've completely lost my mind. Do you think that I've completely lost my mind?
I don't know. Tell me what you have in mind.
I've seen a council, and I've only seen this once. There's a council that took all of the bins away and gave their citizens bags. Now, these are big bags, I'd say about 3 foot off the ground and 3 foot long and about 2 foot wide. And they're made of very, very strong kind of canvas-like material, and they fold over at the top. It's like an enormous woman's handbag, and it folds over at the top, and they are rainproof, windproof. They're weighted at the bottom, so they stay where they're put. And instead of having one bin for the paper and one bin for the glass and etc. and so on, they just have one of these bags for each of those things. And of course, when they're empty, they fold down to nothing. You don't need a hut at the front of your house to put the wheelie bin in, because you ain't got no wheelie bins no more. You just got these bags, and you fill them up, and it works absolutely perfect. It's the best way of sorting people's rubbish and presenting it to the bin man that I've ever seen.
Where was that?
It was in Berkshire.
Right. Well, that's the problem with this country. Every town seems to have a different way of doing recycling and rubbish, don't they?
Well, those big bins, they're a menace. They're hideous. They take up way too much space. There's too many of them, and if they're empty, they take up the same amount of space as if they're full. Whereas these bags, they can fold down to virtually nothing at all. I mean, they're so great. I can't believe that it's the law that everybody has to have them.
Well, it sounds like a good idea, because wheelie bins, I just can't get over how unsightly they are.
Yeah.
When people leave them on the street as well.
And they're heavy.
Yeah, they are when they're full.
Right. See, well, exactly. Well, so are the bags when they're full, but when they're empty, they don't weigh nothing at all. They don't take any space. I mean, it's just genius. I couldn't believe how good they are. I mean, when they first presented them, I thought, well, this won't work because it will blow away, but it won't because it's weighted on the bottom. And I thought, well, the rain will get in and make the paper all wet, but it doesn't because they seal really well.
You still need...
Go on. Well, and then I tried to pick it apart in any way that I could, And I couldn't. It's such a brilliant design that I'm amazed it's not everywhere.
But you still need somewhere to put them, don't you?
Yeah, you can put them anywhere. You can put them in your cupboard. You can put them underneath the sofa. Like I said, they fold down flat.
Yeah, but when they're full, when you put them then, you have to hide them, won't you?
Well, they're not anywhere near as hideous as those bins, believe me, and they don't take up as much space, and they're green.
No.
And the green is easy on the eye, not those sort of brown and blue and God knows all what, those hideous, awful.
Yeah, why blue? At least ours are black.
Yeah, blue. Why blue? Exactly right. Yeah.
Oh dear. Well, with this good idea, I think you better write to Johnson and tell him about them.
Oh yeah, I'll do that straight away. Yeah.
Get him to wheel them out all over the country, maybe.
Yeah, maybe he'll climb into one and we can put him out with the rubbish.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
That'd be a good idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, what's bin night, Jan?
Pardon?
Bin night. What's bin night? You haven't missed it, have you?
Bin night. Bin day is Thursday.
Oh, bin day is Thursday. Of course it is.
But I don't put mine out every week. I don't have enough.
Right.
You know.
Well,
yeah.
You must recycle. You understand that, don't you?
I do recycle.
Right.
But that's another thing. We separate our glass and tins and things.
Yeah.
Then they come round to collect them and put them all in the same bag.
Right, yeah.
You know, bin thing.
Jan, they dump it all into a big hole in the ground. You separating one thing from the other don't make no difference whatsoever. And you know what's worse? They put it in a hole in the ground in China.
Exactly.
I don't know that that's actually true, but would you be remotely surprised if it was?
They used to do, but I don't think China want it anymore, do they?
No, that's right. Things have changed. China will pretty soon be buying cheap plastic crap from us. We'll be working 36 hours a day, making, like a little bath ducts for the Chinese market rather than the other way around.
That's right. Everything's made in China, isn't
That's
it? Yeah.
our future, to be China's slave. Yeah. Don't resist it, Jan. It's inevitable.
Yeah, I think it is.
Yeah. All right. Cheers, my dear. Gotta go.
Right, then.
Thanks a lot. Ta-da. 0345 6060 973. If your council doesn't do those bins, seriously, you want to get onto them. Tell them that Berkshire Council did. Can't remember the actual name of the council, but whichever one did it. And that's an actual fact. They're so brilliant. I can't believe that they haven't won awards or it hasn't been more, generally publicised. Because it's the answer to everybody's problems. Where are you going to put those bins? I mean, most of the time they just sit there almost completely empty, don't they? Yet they take up a massive amount of space and they look hideous. With these bags, they fold down flat, they take up no space at all. They really are brilliant. But I've only ever seen one council use them. I mean, and they must be cheap, apart from anything else. I mean, those bins, they can't be very inexpensive, whereas like a canvas bag must be a fraction of the price. Donald emails, doctors no longer have liquid nitrogen to remove genital warts because of COVID, as I was informed yesterday, says Donald. Okay, way too much information. Nobody needs to know where your warts are.
Disgusting.
And because of COVID is a phrase that probably means because of Brexit, isn't it? Jerry emails, I read so much in the media telling us that there will be empty shelves in the shops due to driver shortages, so I've gotten ahead of the game and done all my Christmas shopping this week before the shortages kick in. There was no shortage of gin, vodka and cases of beer in the supermarkets, so all my gifts this year are going to be liquid ones. At least my family and friends will be happy this Yuletide. Cheers, everybody.
Booze,
says Jerry. Good idea, Jerry. I went to the supermarket the other day and they'd run out of tequila. You believe that? Let's have Birmingham. Hello, Shirley.
Oh, hi, Nick.
Shirley.
Hi. I was just going to mention about the lorry drivers. The problem is they've got a tax problem. If you remember Lorraine Kelly, Eamon Holmes and Gary Lineker, they had tax changes.
Lorraine Kelly?
Hello?
Yes.
Yeah, they weren't allowed to be self-employed. And for some perverse reason, the put this on lorry drivers.
Right.
They're self-employed, and they must find the gist of it an employer to employ them.
No.
Horrible, roughly speaking.
No,
they're not allowed to be self-employed.
Yeah, but they don't have to change their employment, but they just have to change the way that they present themselves to Her Majesty's revenue and taxes as being employed or not, or something. I don't know.
Yeah, but it's an absolute horror story, because I think...
Well, not really.
Yeah, but if you leave your job because of a tax problem, then that is a problem.
Yeah, but so don't leave your job then.
But if you can't work with the tax office, if Lorraine Kelly had problems and was upset...
Poor Lorraine!
Hello?
Yeah.
You know, if you can't work with the tax code they've given you...
Just do it then. But you can do. You just work with it. You pay a bit more tax.
No, but they're leaving in droves, so...
Yeah, but they're not leaving in droves because of that.
No, but that's adding to it.
Well, yeah, but you could say what was also adding to it is that they can't find a decent shower in the roadside in this country because the government has serially failed to provide the necessary facilities for lorry drivers. You could say that they're leaving in droves because they have to sleep in their cabs in some godforsaken lay-by somewhere, or the hours are too long, or you're just sitting driving a lorry all day. I mean, that can't be very much fun. I mean, look at the size of them. So how do they squeeze them through those tiny, windy streets? It's a mystery.
Why can't the government say, keep the tax you've got for the next couple of years? Just stay as you are. Do you see what I mean? Why upset them? Yeah. They're leaving for reason. And also, they've got to do a test in the classroom. And one guy said, you have to pay £500. Well, why don't you waive the charge or pay a bit at a time?
But Shirley, these are all reasonable suggestions, but you're forgetting that you're not dealing with a reasonable regime. They're not remotely interested in the plight of the little people, not leprechauns.
No, because what also worries me, it's going to spill into the building industry.
Has done already. You can't get bricks, and you can't get anyone to lay the bricks, and you can't get plasterboard, and you can't get tiles, and you can't get cement, and this, that, and the other.
Yeah, and another thing with the DVLC, the driving licence people, why don't they say Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, we'll just do lorry driver stuff to get them through?
You know, making all of these tests available is one thing. Actually getting the number of people to take them, that's something else entirely. People don't want to do that job for many reasons. First of all, they don't think it pays very well. Now, a lot of companies have addressed that, and they've increased the pay for, a newbie lorry driver. But it still doesn't make much of a difference because people have already decided that they don't want to do it. Like people in this country, they don't want to be cleaners, they don't want to be security people, they don't want to be waiting staff, they don't want to be cooks, they don't want to be they don't want to be working in hotels, all that service stuff. We just don't want to do it. And you're not going to turn people around just by waving a couple of grand in their face and saying, come and can you reconsider this career avenue? Of course they're not. Plus, it's by many accounts, an industry that's going to be dying shortly anyway, because your next lorry driver will be a robot.
Affirmative.
So why put all of that effort, put all of your eggs in a basket that is going to cease to exist within 10, 15 years?
And on the news, you may have heard somebody has died in the channel, in the water. Well, allow all those boat people to train.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, good idea. You keep coming up with ideas, Shirley. In fact, do you want to run the government? Because I think you have more ideas than they do, in combination with the whole lot of them.
And you've also got prisoners, when you leave jail.
Oh, yeah, good idea. Prisoners, let's let them all out and let them run amok on the roads.
And people without British citizenship, waiting 5 years, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
They could do so much. But they really need to look at the DVLC and say, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, we will do nothing but process lorry drivers.
Yeah, but again, if they could say that, all right, but if there isn't a queue of potential lorry drivers around the block, then they're wasting their time, aren't they? It's getting people to want to do the job in the first place. And like picking turnips out the ground or strawberries off bushes, we don't want to do that either. You can't just wave a magic wand like the government is pretending to do and saying, all of these jobs that the Eastern Europeans used to do because we didn't want to do and they didn't pay very well, we'll just get British people to do them. Well, no, you won't, because British people won't do them.
The government has got to sort it out because...
Yeah. No, they don't. They don't have to sort anything out. The next general election is an absolute dog's age away, and Bodger... He's already said it. He's going to fight the next general election on Brexit. Oh, my God, it's never going to end.
No, and it's all the stuff that's missing in the shop is the cheap stuff. So the dearer stuff, like, for example, I went into Asda and they've got a pound apple juice. That was there, but the 55p carton, not there.
Right. Well, this is what experts are saying now, that all that the cheaper stuff, which has a smaller profit margin on it, that they're going to prioritise the more expensive stuff because it makes them more. Of course they will. So the price of everything is about to go up, despite the fact that a certain Mr. Smug told us that it was going to go down.
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
You remember he said it over and over again. We'll get cheaper food and cheaper clothes and cheaper this, that and the other. Like he knows anything about cheap anything, Mr. £500 million in the bank. And every single thing he said about that and probably every other issue he's uttered a word on was totally untrue.
But the public have got to get in touch with the government. Just get in touch with the government and say, just leave the lorry drivers on the tax they're on just for the next couple of years to get through.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, you write the letter up and I'll sign it. How's that sound, Shirley? Thanks a lot. Cheers, my dear. 0345 6060 973. The government's not remotely interested. They don't care. Because they have enough people as cult fans who don't care either. The only thing they are concerned about is fewer foreigners. And so if they just keep that going, then Bodger knows that he's going to get voted in the next time. Because it will be a minority government, but they don't care about that. All they care about is getting over the line. That's what the right wing care about. It's the same in this country as it is in America. It's the only thing they care about, and that's why the right always get in line when it's necessary to hold on to power. They all speak from the same hymn book. They all say the exact same thing, like automatons they are.
Correct.
And the left, meanwhile, are, like I said before, tearing chunks out of each other, having a purity contest. No, I'm greener than you. No, I respect women more than you do. You know, they fall to the ground fighting each other, and the right wing will just step lightly over them to power again. 0345 6060 973. East Yorkshire. Hello, Mike.
Hi, Nick. Yeah, thanks for having us on.
Mike.
First rant. Boris.
Yeah.
Couldn't even be bothered on the anniversary of 9/11 to actually appear. Sent a video.
Video.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Yeah, right. That's so
and
him.
And then he states in the video, 9/11 failed to undermine freedom and democracy.
Well, it depends where you live.
This has nothing got to do with the point. My point is, if I've got a squatter, I don't care whether they're communist, democratic, fascist or whatever. I just want them removed from my property. And that's what 9/11 was about. They wanted us out of their country. They couldn't care less. They chucked the Russians out. They chucked us out. It's nothing to do with freedom and democracy. He's just not got the point. He doesn't understand what was going on.
Well, I don't really want to talk about the problems in the Middle East and our relationship to them, because you could go back to 1914 and plenty before that as well, and it would take us from now until the end of time, and I don't have the knowledge or the patience to do it. But it does seem that the thing that struck me was I mean, it's an historic day, right enough, and it's a very important day in the history of America and this country because of both what happened on that day, 9/11, and also what came after it. But we do prioritise our human lives over the human lives of anybody that doesn't share our skin colour. But they're talking about less than 3,000 people who died in the attacks on the Twin Towers in 9/11. Meanwhile, I think something of the order of 600,000 people have died in Syria, like something like 250,000 people have died in Afghanistan. It's a somewhat larger number than the 3,000 that died in the two towers, and yet not a word. I mean, those two things followed, but not a word about them at all, as though they had nothing to do with it.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Nick. And when 9/11 occurred, we had Al-Qaeda. Now we've got ISIS, we've got Boko Haram in Africa, we've got the other lot in Somalia, we've got more terrorist organisations than we ever had.
Yeah. And many of them trained by us and funded by us, this country and America, because what's the enemy of your enemy is your friend. so is the stupid thinking for so long. I mean, Osama bin Laden was our guy.
That's right, yeah. And it's just, what annoyed me was Boris just has no understanding of what actually happened. They weren't threatening for democracy. They just wanted us out of their country.
I think he knows it full well. Boris Johnson is like Donald Trump. He will just say whatever is necessary to get a positive response from whoever he's facing. That's the only thing that interests him. Getting, applause and love and affection and enthusiasm from the people that are in front of him. So he will say whatever is necessary to get that reaction.
So you're saying that tomorrow's headlines are important to Boris?
Yeah, tomorrow's and today's, but beyond that, no interest. Short-termism is what we'll do for humankind. Yeah. All right, thanks a lot, Mike. 0345 6060 973. Anna says, no such thing as affordable housing. It's a term thought up by greedy developers to make people think they're getting a bargain. Yeah, that's right. Like, it's pretty much the same thing as pricing shoes at $29.99, not £30, because £30 sounds like a lot of money, a huge amount of money to buy shoes. Yes.
Yes.
But $29.99, that sounds like a bargain. Can you actually buy shoes for $29.99, or am I still on 1970s prices? You do get a template for how much stuff costs, and that template is set relatively early in your life. Like beer, for instance.
Booze.
That's why I just cannot get my head around like a pint of lager costing $6.50. You go round London's fashionable West End, and a pint of lager will cost you £6.50. Which means, fact fans, that two people having one round have just spent £13. Which means that two people having 2 pints each is £26. I don't think I'll ever get used to that. That will never seem not weird. Adrian emails, leave the ugly houses. Leave the ugly houses alone. They're doing their best. This email says, did you know that there are companies that sell flat pack houses? Apparently they're very energy efficient. What, you mean like Huff House? They may be energy efficient because they're German and they're excellently engineered, but they're very expensive. Steve says, do you think Prince Andrew's sweat glands are making up for lost time now? Yeah, I heard that he got his sweat glands shot off in the war. Lynn says, we have a Wallace and Gromit statue in Preston, unveiled yesterday. I don't think it will cause offence to anyone. Well, there was a penguin that was their nemesis for a little while there, I seem to remember. And I'm looking at a picture of it right now. It looks like it's made out of chocolate. Why is it all brown? I would have thought it would be colourful. Why is it... I don't like brown. Why is it brown? It doesn't... It just looks weird. I mean, it's good, I suppose. but it's all one colour. Let's have, waiting the longest, Abingdon. Hello, Dean.
Hello there, Nick.
Dean.
How are you?
Good, thanks.
Just 2 points of mine, Nick. The first one is on the bags you were talking about. My mother-in-law in Henley, she has those because they can't put wheelie bins out the front.
Right, so these are replacement for wheelie bins. They're weatherproof big bags, like like a bag for life, but about.
On the bottom, though.
Oh, they've got wheels on the bottom.
Yeah, little tiny wheels. Yeah, and because you have to pull them from the back to the front.
Yeah.
And there's a bay there that they pull them into on collection day.
Right.
And they got their house numbers all on them as well.
Yeah.
You know, and because my partner has to go over and pull out the rubbish for her, like, you know. Mm-hmm. And they're all. She said it's quite smart, and I can't understand why they don't do it around here.
No, I don't get why it hasn't taken on. Why it isn't the actual law. Let's get rid of wheelie bins, for crying out loud. Everybody used to have a little patch at the front of their house, you know, and they put gravel down there or a nice couple of plants, and it just, you know, make it look nice. Now you can't do that because you've got these giant plastic bins in the front of everybody's house.
When you used to put the dustbins out, it was a lot better. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do know what you mean.
But where I am, I mean, we've been waiting 4 weeks to have our food collection picked up.
Oh, you're kidding.
Yeah.
4 weeks to have your food bin taken away? Oh, my God, that must honk.
Yesterday. I reported it again on Friday.
Right.
That's the 5th week on the trot.
How does it smell?
Oh, not very nice.
Yeah.
But because I live in sort of like a country bit, you know, you get the RATs eating into it, you know.
Yeah, well, you don't have to live in the country to get the RATs, mate. They're everywhere.
Well, they've tried the big bin and gnawed the handles off. You know,
that's unreasonable. They gnawed the handle off. Why would they do that?
Well, I don't know, but they...
Vandals.
The business said he can't take it because it might be contaminated.
Yeah, I would expect so. Yeah, rat vandals you've got.
Yeah. Anyway, they're sending a new bin out to me. But the other point I would make, if I can, after the Second World War, when there's a shortage of housing, social housing, they put all the prefabs up. You know, I don't remember. I was born in 1951. So, but I know those prefabs were still standing 3 years ago because a lot of people brought them.
Prefabs? Were you talking about houses or flats?
Prefab houses.
Houses.
It doesn't have an upstairs. They're like bungalows, you know.
Right.
And I know my friend had one that's 2-bedroom, and it's quite smart inside. You wouldn't know it was a concrete house. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's not a bad way to build a house. In fact, it makes a lot of sense to me. You see on Grand Designs and programs like this that they've got this, technically on the edge way of making houses, and they do it in a factory, which is, you know, climate controlled. If it's raining outside, everything doesn't get wet. It doesn't have to stop for wind and snow and all of the rest of it. And so they build it up in the house, in this factory, and then they take it to site, and they knock the whole house up in about 3 hours. You know, they just crane it in, as opposed to this ridiculous way that we have of building houses now, where you've got to get a bricklayer, and then you've got to get the electricity bloke, and you've got to get the guy with the magic trowel to put the walls up. What do they call it? You know, the magic trowel people. What do they call it? You know, the bloke who puts up the wall with the magic trowel. I don't know how they do that. How do they do the ceiling? How do they... Because it goes up wet. How do they make it stay up? What with gravity and all? It's a magic, like prestidigitation. They're geniuses. I don't know how they do it. But you've got, in a house, it's just... Building houses is so messy, and you've got all these trades, and they're tripping over each other, and it's just such a bad way of building houses. It takes forever, and it's very weather dependent. And we haven't got good weather in this country, not good building weather. It's not dry for a long period of time. You never know what you're going to get. So wouldn't it be better if it was all built in a factory, and then you just crane it in on site, and you're weather sealed in one day. Brilliant. Much better. 0345 6060. There you are. I've solved housing. You're welcome. This says a tooth fell out. Oh, it's a poem. See, I don't want to do teeth anymore, but as it's a poem, then all right then. A tooth fell out and left a space so big my tongue could touch my face. And every time I smile, I show a space where something used to grow. I miss my tooth, as you can guess, but then I have to brush one less. Well, I like the beginning part, and I like the end part. It was the bit in the middle what I didn't like. That doesn't rhyme. Smile and grow doesn't rhyme. Never mind, better luck next time. Let's have Deal in Kent. Hello, Val.
Hello,
Val.
hello. Thanks for having me on. Be gentle.
Okay, then.
All right, I was just, confirming to you what you're saying, what you have said about lorry drivers.
Yeah.
And the fact that this is a homegrown thing. In any case, it should have happened years ago. Because, let's face it, our governance doesn't give a duty of care at all like they do on the continent, do they, when they've got decent places to pull into, frequent. Here, particularly in Kent, anyone would think that they were a curse on the landscape.
Yeah, it's like a third world country, the facilities that we provide for lorry drivers over here. It must be just bliss when they go onto the continent. You can get showers and you can get, decent food and a nice place to sleep and all the rest of it.
Yes, I mean this, Christmas, that surely should have brought to mind the conditions that lorry drivers are there. Anyone would think they were driven by robots. They will be. They're human beings in those lorries.
They are, but not for long, according to...
Well, yes, if they do the robots up the road. But another thing I'd like to touch on is this tests, they're bringing forward.
Right.
Now, these lorry drivers, they're in effect rookies, aren't they?
Yes.
And those lorries are very, very expensive and very, very expensive to insure. You don't think that these people are just going to come out and drive an articulated lorry up the road like you might drive a bicycle?
Well, I hope not.
Well, I hope not. But, you see, I don't know where these people in government are coming from. I don't think they've got any brains.
It's what's provided by an Etonian education.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Oh, well, I'm glad I didn't have one anyway.
Right.
But I do feel that lorry drivers have been much maligned, and certainly in Kent. I mean, I've been writing to the Department of Transport and Highways, Kent County Council, and as long back as 2005, I've got correspondence that said they know there's 1,000 lorries each night needing to park overnight in Kent. We only had 400 official spaces.
Yeah, that makes sense. That sounds like our the current regime.
Yeah, well, it's more than the current regime. It's all of the regimes. But they said the rest need to have to use lay-bys or inappropriate places, which might be at the bottom of somebody's garden. If you know what I mean.
Yes, I do. You've said too much, Val. Way too much. Yeah, don't go in anybody's garden.
Disgusting.
Awful.
Oh, hi, Nick.
Nick.
I was listening to you talking about the magic plasterers, and it occurred to me.
Plasterers.
We don't have magic plasterers here in Canada. If you want your wall plastered, you go down a hardware store, you get a 4x8 sheet of plasterboard, and they put tape up in between, and that's it. And it takes about half a day to do the whole house.
Tape.
And the houses, they put a little piece of paper tape on the seams of the plasterboard, and they put a little bit of cement over that, mud as you would put it. But that's it. It's just a line down.
Well, now wait a minute.
4x8
Can't you see where the line is? Can't you see where the joint is?
No, because they recessed the joint on the big boards.
Recessed.
So that it's invisible.
Right.
And at every turn, I've got friends in the building trade in Britain today. He talks about building houses there and how long it takes, and it's brick and what have you, and how impossible it is to do it in houses afterwards because they're built of bricks. You can't just sort of add a room here or drop a new floor on top.
Yeah, it just seems to be a really bad way to build anything. I mean, and they don't build flats that way. If you see people, like companies building flats, it's absolutely incredible how quickly they do it because everything comes on site as a finished product, or they just lay the concrete, they pour it into a mould, and it takes, I don't know, like the matter of a day, it seems, and then they're on to the next floor, and it just goes up almost instantaneously. You can build a block of 24 floors in the same time as you can build one house, with a bloke putting one brick on top of the next. It just doesn't make any sense.
Well, like I said, in Vancouver here, I live in a house that's made entirely of wood. There's not a brick to be seen in this house.
Right.
It's 2x4 with planks over the top, and then a waterproofing sort of coating over the top of that. Across the road, they demolished 2 houses, and it took them a day to demolish them. I mean, they came in, they were gone the next day. They went into dump trucks and were taken away. And then they leveled the ground, and because these were older houses with big gardens, they had 10 new houses put up in the space of the 2 old houses.
Yeah.
Within about 2 or 3 months. Up and finished and sold off, and people living in there.
Yeah, and people would object to that because they think, oh, no, wood, that's no good for the English weather. But I would suggest that Vancouver has considerably worse weather than we have.
Yes, and my house is 100 years old. How much longer do you want a house to last? You know, than a century or so. And the reality is, my house, we decided it wasn't quite big enough, so we put an extra 4 underneath. We just jacked it up on jacks and added a basement to it.
What?
Yeah,
you put a floor underneath. Could you not have put a floor on top?
You tear out the basement concrete. You put jacks under there. You jack it up 20 foot. Drop a new basement in there. Extra floor. Bing bang bosh. No problem. You could go the other way. You could take the roof off and add another floor onto the top.
It sounds like you could just put the entire thing on the back of a lorry and take it somewhere nicer.
They do that as well here. You see that quite often. Older houses that are essentially heritage houses, when they're being demolished for the land, instead of demolishing it, they'll sell the house off, and again they just pick them up and put them on a lorry and drive them away.
Right. We call them caravans.
They float them on barges across the water here, which is quite something to see.
Yeah, I bet.
They put a whole house on a boat and then float it down a river.
Is that wise? Yeah, we call that a barge. Yeah. All right, thanks a lot, Nick.
I really don't understand why they use essentially 18th century building techniques.
Yeah, it's utterly mad. It really is ridiculous. It's slow and it's messy and it's it's stopped by the weather and it's inconvenient. And did I mention slow and messy? Thanks a lot, Nick. 0345 6060 973. Bill texts, you asked what Boris has after this, and that, well, I will... What? Hi, Nick. You asked what Boris has after this, and that, well, I will tell you Boris has an 80-seat majority. That's what he has, says Bill. Yeah, well, let's see what happens next time, eh? Boris Johnson will be rewarded by voters at the next election for making difficult decisions in the national interest, a cabinet minister has said, after new polling for The Times showed that support for the Conservatives had fallen to its lowest level since 2019.
Oh, no.
They don't like you anymore, Budge. That is the sound of desperation, that is. That's the sound of somebody thinking that the phrase, what goes up must come down, didn't apply to the dear leader, who seemed to be able to do absolutely anything to the electorate that he wanted, and they'd still vote for him. But who now realises that Bodger isn't actually immune to the consequences of his actions. The cabinet minister, who said that Boris Johnson will be rewarded by voters at the next election. Desperate. It's the realisation that the public might actually be a thinking organism after all, that we are actually sentient beings and don't usually enjoy being taken for a ride while being tortured. Maybe we've finally taken all that we can stand. It was Oliver Dowden, the Culture Secretary. He dismissed concerns that Johnson's gamble to raise taxes for the NHS and social care reform had backfired. Well, it hasn't backfired in the sense that the poor and the just about getting by will be subsidising the rich and the fabulously well off. I mean, that seems to be a great success and totally on-brand Tory. It's probably why Priti Patel has started a war with the French over people in dinghies. You know, connect with the base. Remind them that while the shelves are empty and the prices are going up and the doctor will not see you now and Brexit isn't what they said it would be, well, at least the government is still abusing foreigners. Hurrah! Backing for the Tories was down 5 points to 33% after the government announced plans to increase national insurance. That's Labour in the lead on 2 polls in a row. 35%. In the lead for the first time since January. The YouGov poll also suggested the policy, the tax rise, has, at least for now, undermined the Conservatives' reputation as a party of low taxation, without giving them credit for the increased investment in the NHS and social care. Well, it's only increased investment if, it would only make a difference if it actually makes a difference. Dowden said he was confident that the Conservatives would recover by the time of the next election. I've seen polls up and down, come and go, he said. The real test is that general elections and, in my experience, voters reward political parties. They reward governments that are willing to take difficult decisions in the national interest. Oh, please. Give that man a BAFTA. I mean, really. In the national interest. Does anything that's happened over the last 10 years seem like it's been in the national interest?
No.
Do me a favour. Anon texts. I heard Boris is going to fight the next election on Brexit. Yeah, that's what I heard too. Amazing. I mean, it really is the gift that keeps not giving. He's still going to try and get Brexit done by the next election. Because he hasn't got anything else. I mean, just look at him. If you don't like the act, well, he hasn't got anything else.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
So the thing that worked for him last time was, let's get Brexit done. And I thought that he did that already. But apparently, according to him, that's what he's going to be fighting the next election on, getting Brexit done. How's it going so far, by the way?
Fabulous.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Lewisham. Hello, Mohammed.
Hi, Nick. Thank you for taking my call.
Thank you for making your call.
And just a quick one. I just want to talk about the truck drivers. The reason I believe why people are not really motivated to go into that professor in this country. Mm-hmm. No matter the way at which they treat them, that is one. The pay is another thing.
Well, it's not that bad, is it? I mean, a lorry driver gets, about 30, 35,000, can be up to 50,000, depending on the kind of rig they're driving. So that's not bad wages. That's above average.
Mm-hmm. So we're talking here as well about the facilities, you know.
Yeah, they are bad.
On the road, when they are on the road, because, like, for me, I was living in the Netherlands, and I see exactly the facilities, that they gave to them. Because I was working in one place, like a distribution center, whereby they got like 52 dock. You got trailers coming in and out, going all over Europe. You can't believe we got like 32 showers.
32 showers?
Showers here for a massive canteen for all the drivers coming in. Anyone that come, immediately you go to the dock, we first take the driver straight away to the shower. We show you where to take a shower and where to get your lunch or your dinner. If it's a late shift,
Yeah.
It was so amazing.
And what's it like in this country? You get no showers and you get to pick up a sandwich from the filling station.
Yeah, but when I'm driving going to Europe, like along the Dover side, going to Dover, Kent, that side, the way I see they park their truck on them tiny roads, I was like, what? Mm-hmm. This is just unbelievable.
Yeah,
So,
I see them all the time around about about where the M25 is. You see them in every lay-by. There's just dozens and dozens of them, and that's where they sleep.
Yeah, so it's just I can't just believe it. I can't just believe it. And when I go across, and I'm in that France area going to Belgium, then I see them on the highway. I see their parking. You know how decent it is.
Yeah.
You know, so I don't really understand the system, the way they are doing it here for them. To be honest, you know, I don't really know. That one is not a decent thing for health and safety for them as well.
Well, whoever's been in power in this country for the last 11 years, I guess it might have something to do with them. If only there was a way of figuring out which party had been in power for the last 11 years.
Well, it's a bit cut.
Exactly, yeah. Yeah, not remotely interested in the little people, not leprechauns. Mohammed, I'm going to have to go, but thanks for that. 0345 6060 973. Hey, I haven't talked about Priti Patel's boat police yet. Some funny stuff. Oh, my God. What is happening in this country? Zach texts, I voted leave and I saw empty shelves at Tesco Express London Road in Portsmouth. Dreadful. I had the last Thai green curry. That sounds good. And that was in relation to my assertion some while ago that if you voted leave, then you don't ascribe to anything. You don't ascribe anything negative to Brexit, and you also haven't seen any empty shelves. It's as though they don't exist if you voted leave. And I ain't making this up. Does this sound like I'm making this stuff up?
Yes.
In recent weeks, there's been a growing issue with shortage of delivery drivers, with the media reporting widely on supermarkets, fast food restaurants and pubs facing problems with their supply chain. Many commentators have associated this problem with Brexit. Liar! This is YouGov again. They did a survey. Asked what the main reason is for the reported shortage of drivers and supply chain issues, 41% said Brexit, 25% said the coronavirus, 11% said working conditions for drivers, and 7% said drivers' pay. And that could actually be pretty accurate. I mean, those are the overall figures. I mean, that's why other countries don't have the heads of their supermarkets telling their citizens that Christmas might be cancelled over there and asking people not to panic buy because they've seen some empty shelves in the shops. I mean, it's affecting other countries, but not nearly as much as here, because they've had COVID like we have. And they've had poor working conditions and low pay just like we do. But they didn't have Brexit. And that's the difference. It's Brexit, stupid.
Correct.
However, and it's a big, giant, wobbly but, as you would expect, there's a big contrast between the views of Remainers and Leavers. So they asked, among those respondents who voted Remain, 65% blamed these supply chain problems on Brexit. Amongst those who voted Leave, 21% said the problems were due to Brexit. So we're still, this entire country is still seeing everything through the prism of Brexit. It's either the source of all of our problems, or it's completely perfect in every respect. 0345 6060 973. Redbridge, hello. Kishan.
Hi.
Kishan.
Hi, how are you?
Good, thanks.
So what are we talking about? Are we talking about the whole sort of transportation issues between Brexit and import, export, etc.?
Okay.
I originally called in to talk about houses, but I've been on so long now we're talking about, you know...
Dude, it's just a conversation. We can go anywhere we like. You want to talk about houses? Right. We can talk about teddy bears if you want.
Okay. Let's talk about the import-export process. So you talked about... You mentioned how everyone, you know, people are talking about Brexit and people are talking about coronavirus affecting the issues that we're seeing right now. My view is that it's a mixture of both. It's a mixture of coronavirus, it's a mixture of Brexit, it's a mixture of everything. But the problem is that we don't have when a supply is cut off from this country, when we have when we're relying on import from other countries, especially China, when something like that is cut off, we are damaged quite severely economically because we don't have as much being produced in this country ourselves. We don't produce as much in our country. We're a service based.
Why is trade being cut off from China?
No, so I know a lot of businesses that are seeing a lot of freight and a lot of issues in getting product from or manufacturing from overseas, especially China, because of coronavirus, predominantly because of coronavirus.
Right. But that's affecting everybody. I mean, every country on Earth has had coronavirus. But the problems that we have on top of that is that this entire country decided to be the first country in the world to negotiate a trade deal to make it more difficult to trade with our major partner rather than less difficult. Nobody's ever done that apart from us.
Yeah. So there is this sort of one-upmanship against the East and the stronghold that we're trying to become an independent nation, and we're trying to come. The whole West in itself is trying to become independent in that sense.
What do you mean? We are an independent nation. We've always been an independent nation. What are you talking about?
I don't mean independent nation. I don't mean dependent on imports such as what we're seeing from China, right? So we want to be able to create our own economy.
But that's insane. That's not how the modern world works. You get stuff made where they have either expertise or where the labour costs are low enough to make it to make the end product attractive enough to get people to buy it.
Yeah, absolutely. So we think we have a stronghold over the countries that do produce goods for us, right? So we think
it's the other way around. We do not have a stronghold on China. China's got a stronghold on us.
I agree, right? But there is a naive view that we have a stronghold over them.
Right. Well, right? What kind of an idiot would think that?
Well, the Western economy, which is the reason why we've got ourselves into this position.
What position?
The position where we're reliant and dependent on them.
Well, we're reliant and dependent on wherever we get stuff that we're reliant and dependent on. I mean, we're reliant on the Middle East for oil. We're reliant on Singapore for the turbine blades, and we're reliant on China for a lot of cheap plastic crap that we buy.
Yeah, so it's not just coronavirus, and it's not just Brexit that we're facing these issues. There's other factors at play, right?
Yeah.
So, such as these trade agreements.
Right, but everybody on Earth has had Brexit, and everybody on Earth is fighting to get those freight. What do you call them? The big boxes that stuff comes in on boats. The big boxes on boats. Everybody's got those problems, but we on top have slathered on this extra layer of difficulties. As though we're not up to our eyeballs in difficulties enough. We've made it extra difficult to actually, wend our way through all this. But thanks for that, Kishan. I've got to go. Annie texts, food shortages mean we will be living ready, steady, cook. I can buy an aubergine, leek, cabbage and a tin of anchovies. What can I cook? Well, nothing for me, thanks, Anita. I'm full. Yeah, I'll skip a meal, if that's okay with you. Thanks for that, though. Appreciate it. Paul says, not only are the toy town houses cheap, the landscaping is too. They stick trees in the ground that die or simply don't grow years later. The residents need to revolt. And Janet says, I viewed one of those small new builds. It was so small, when I put the key in the lock, it broke the window. Right. I think that's listener with material.
Oh, no.
Yeah, but they are tiny. They're painfully, depressingly small. New build houses. And they ain't got no cupboards.
Hello, Nick. Glad to talk to you. Thank you so much for keeping our spirits up. Nick, I wanted to make a couple of comments about Patel's strident words on the failure of the French strategy to curb channel migrants, okay?
Oh, yeah.
Firstly, I mentioned to you a couple of weeks ago that she said that she was going to process the migrants on offshore islands belonging to Britain.
Right.
What the hell did she mean? I mean, can't she engage her brain when she opens her mouth?
Now, when you say, what did she mean? What did she mean by the word process?
Exactly. And offshore islands that would be habitable. And the other thing, Nick, why should the French cooperate with us? After all,
exactly.
Alan Duncan, in his memoir In the Thick of It, reminds us that in 2019, Johnson was recorded referring to Macron as a turd.
Oh.
And that was confirmed by the Daily Telegraph. When will Prissy Patel and Johnson realise that crude, egotistical rhetoric just undermines our status in the world?
Vance, they don't care about that. Not remotely interested. They're not playing to the world. They're playing to their cult fans.
Exactly. That's the tragedy. And just one further comment. A senior member of President Macron's En Marche party said this week that the Home Secretary, our Home Secretary, Prissy Patel, was increasingly seen as a clown in France. Right. Well, they know Johnson's a clown already. Yeah. What have we done to deserve?
I don't know. We bought a ticket to the circus.
It's monstrous, isn't it?
It's exactly what we did. We thought it was a general election. It was actually a ticket to Barnum's a big tent. Thanks a lot, Vance. Jet skis could be used by the border force to spin migrant dinghies off course and send them back to France. They'll spin them right round like a record, baby.
Rock and roll!
Training is said to have taken place over the summer, with officials learning how to redirect migrants back to French waters using the high-powered, armoured personal watercraft. Or in other words, those loud little seagoing leaf blowers. That's our plan. We're going to use some seaside plaything to repel all boarders. Couldn't we find any lilos? Were there no armoured pedalos available? Couldn't we find one of those inflatable bananas to station some border guard on? The plans are going to be overseen by Priti Patel. You know Priti Patel, don't you? Yeah, that's her, yeah. Her goofy plan is for 2 jet skis to intercept and circle boats attempting to make the crossing. After the boat's been spun around, the jet skis will escort it back to French waters. Well, here's a fun fact. You can't push a boat out into sea if it's not safe. So overloaded small boats won't fit the criteria of vessels that get the Patel pushback. And as most people already come across the channel on a small boat, it just means that none of them can be turned around, and bigger boats that people use now, the more safe ones, they'll be left empty. And everyone will come across on a small boat. What this political stunt does is the exact opposite of what the government are pretending. Which fits right in. I mean, it's going to make people less safe. It won't discourage people smugglers at all, and it will have no effect other than to get the cultists all excited about the idea of drowning foreigners. And you can imagine that's what will happen if people on jet skis are trying to turn a small boat full of people around that don't want to get turned around. I mean, what could possibly go right? So what will happen is that we will spend £200 million for a once-in-a-while headline that we're winning the war on the invading hordes, and Prissy Patel will show up at Dover in her Home Secretary badged armoured cagoule and get her photograph taken smirking next to some damp Syrian. And if the boats have been intercepted in British waters, they're ours now. We can't reintroduce them to France any more than we could tow them to Aruba. And that figure's right, by the way. Prissy Patel is going to spend 200 million quid of your money on a fleet of publicity stunt border patrol boats as she steps up attempts to get headlines about a phony distraction war about stopping migrants crossing the channel. She said it's her number one priority. The actual Home Secretary said that. Crime is up. Solving crime is down. The entire justice system is collapsing. Children are going hungry. And her number one priority is posing as a tough guy. She's ordered a major replacement of Border Force's 5 ageing boats at a cost to us of £200 million, they say. So that means that there'll be £500 million, and they won't work when they arrive. I mean, the Ministry of Defence just spent £3.5 billion on armoured vehicles, which are so bad they cause the troops who use them to suffer hearing loss, back spasms and joint pains. Literally hundreds of our troops had to seek urgent medical attention after riding on them. £3.5 billion. I mean, those troops might have been fighting fit when they climbed aboard our new armoured vehicles, but they were hospital cases when they climbed back out again. They were 10 years in the making, these things, and useless on arrival. Actually, that could be the slogan for the Tory party conference. 10 years in the making, useless on arrival. What do you think, Budge?
I can't comment on that.
Yeah, he's going to think about it. I mean, we can't do anything right. Prissy is going to blow probably 500 million quid on some new anti-dinghy military vessels, and the dinghies will probably spin them round and they'll sink. Mounted guns, Union Jack flag and all. Just don't let the portrait of the Queen in the engine room get damp. She should make that her number one priority. So that's the estimate, 200 million. And as we know with any government project, it'll be more than double and won't work when they get here. It's unclear even how many vessels will be built for this sum. I'll guess none. They'll spend 200 million quid on consultants and get a friend of the regime to bid unopposed to build the boats, despite the fact that up to now they've only run a pet grooming and dog walking business. And they'll shower them with our cash and release a report into why we got nothing for the money on the last day of sitting before a summer recess and conclude that lessons must be learned. God, it's also painful. But that's not all. They're going to spend 18 million quid on drones and £6 million on aerial surveillance. And there's the 250 million quid we've given to France to patrol our borders for us. It's incredible. We can't leave the country to go anywhere because the traffic light colour of our chosen destination is likely to change at any time. The cost of the holiday could double. We might have to spend 10 days in some airless airport hotel hellhole, and the queues at Heathrow take longer to get through than the holiday itself. We can't leave, and no one can come here because of the vigorous flag wavers. Nothing says global Britain more than a country you can't leave or enter. And how pathetic are the attempts to solve a problem that the government promised us would be fixed by Brexit? No more foreigners. That's what it was all about, wasn't it? How's that going, by the way?
Oh, fabulous.
So far this year, 14,500 have made the crossing. That's twice what was recorded in the whole of last year. More winning. Jill emails, Canada and the USA are also experiencing a huge shortage of truck drivers too. I really don't think that can be blamed on Brexit, do you? Says Jill. No, I don't, Jill. But it's not as huge as our shortage. Relatively small by comparison. So the difference between us and everywhere else in the world is Brexit. If our problems are significantly greater than those in Europe and America and Canada, then the only thing that differentiates us between those countries is Brexit. Because we've all had COVID. Jill. Better luck next time, though, Jill. Good effort. Glasgow. Hello, Stephen.
Hi, Nick. Thanks for taking my call.
Stephen.
Yes, I was wanting to talk to you about vaccine passports, but if I could make a quick response to Pretty Awful. and one of your other callers. We know why, but they're doing she's doing with the change of maritime laws. It's just basically taking a cement a position with the core vote of the Tories, which is just against brown people. I mean, very
appealing to the cult fans, yes.
That's basically it. And the caller previous to the one just there was talking about Britain becoming an independent nation, which is why he voted for Brexit. The whole problem with British nationalists like himself is that they're so insecure in themselves in competing with people who from other countries who speak English better in general. They speak more languages, they're better educated, and they'll do any jobs, they'll do anything, they work hard. They want to make not an independent nation, they want a hermit nation. They want to compete against a neighbour because everyone's better than a neighbour, right?
They don't want any competition. They don't want to have to compete with people who work harder and are brighter than they are.
Exactly.
But then who does? Who does?
I really want to talk about vaccine passports and hypocrisy of the Labour and Tories, especially in Scotland. I don't know if you know about it. So the Scottish Government are proposing vaccine passports as the first country in the UK to do so.
Right.
And Tories and Labour in Scotland are very much against it. They're voting against it. But what seems kind of incredible to me is that you've got the Tory leader in Scotland, Douglas Ross, if I can name him, who's also an MP in Westminster. Now, as an MP in Westminster, he's voting for the vaccine passport proposed by the Tory government, and in Holyrood he's voting against it. So I just can't understand the hypocrisy.
Right. He's in two minds. Yeah,
I'm hopefully the media. Yeah, definitely. He's got more faces in the town hall clock. That guy, he's unbelievable. But the problem I've got as well is Labour. Labour are really, and it goes back to one of your points in the previous week's calls about the Labour, the left, and how they're always splitting and they never get together.
Yeah.
Now, Labour are guided by the principle. It's called the Bain Principle. I don't know if you've heard about it. The Bain Principle.
The Bain Principle.
Yeah, the Bain Principle is basically whatever the SNP propose, we will oppose. So when it came to universal pricing of alcohol, which has been a resounding success in driving down alcohol deaths.
Has it though? Really?
Yes, it has. Yes.
Well, how much has a bottle of Thunderbird gone up by?
I don't drink it. I need to ask my son. He doesn't drink either. I need to ask his pals.
Right.
But it has impacted by not a huge amount, but you're only talking the last 5 years.
Yeah.
So,
but see, that's my question. I mean, it's not really a huge amount. I mean, it wasn't really very much of an increase at all. So I just find it a bit hard to credit that with any major decrease in the number of alcohol-related deaths. I don't buy it.
Well,
maybe it's an increased understanding by the public that there is a problem that has come with all of this publicity about this increase. But I don't think that. I mean, if a can of beer went up by 10p, that ain't going to stop people from drinking themselves to death, is it?
Well, you're right, because you go to a Glasgow pub, you're talking about £6 for a pint.
Yeah.
You can buy a can of lager
ridiculous.
for £2 in the supermarket.
Yeah.
I get your point. No, there's no correlation and causation kind of things like that. But the point I'm making is that they oppose it for the sake of opposing it.
Right.
But in the same token, in Westminster, they were trying to bring it in.
Yes.
With the party in power. So you get things like that. They also opposed the bedroom tax in Scotland. The JSMP were mitigating it by putting money in to help people who couldn't afford to pay the kind of the bedroom tax.
Right.
In Scotland, they opposed them doing that, but in England, in Westminster, they were all for it.
Right. Well, I don't doubt it. It's almost as though they don't actually believe in anything, isn't it? I mean, if you didn't know any better, you might think that they don't believe in anything.
Exactly. What's a socialist party these days? Anyway, if it's not for socialism for the rich, that's what it is.
Exactly.
And capitalism for the workers.
Right. Socialism for poor people. Well, that's poor governance. But socialism for rich people. Well, that just makes sense.
Yeah, exactly.
Trickle down economics all over people's upturned, expectant faces. It trickles down. Sure, it does.
Thanks very much.
All right, thanks, Stephen. 0345 6060 973. Steve texts, the new HGV lorry driving test now requires you to mirror signal manoeuvre, reverse crash and seek out a good solicitor. If you get that in order, you get extra points on your licence.
If you get it in order, you get extra points.
Extra points. Let's have... oh, no, just spoken to him. Wait a minute. Martin, Doncaster.
Hi, Nick. Yeah, I'm just ringing up. I don't know if I'm allowed to be, but I'm so happy. I've been to the St Ledger Horse Racing Festival in Doncaster.
H-A-P-P-Y-ness. Oh, yeah. Did you win on the horses?
No, and I've just watched Emma Raducanu win at tennis. Absolutely fantastic. I was just wondering, Nick, like, if we could have her as Prime Minister and get rid of that criminal in number 10 on his chain gang.
Based on her ability to hit a ball?
Oh, she's amazing. Let her take over your show, Nick. The poise, the composure.
Yeah, okay, all right. So steady on there, Martin. Yeah, nurse the screens. Yeah, I think I get it. Thanks, Martin. A little bit too emotional there. 0345 6060 973. Yeah, it's all about the tennis. Sure it was. Pat tweets, why can't the army drive lorries? There's a national emergency. I went to a large frozen food store. The 2 breasts of chicken were 3 slices off brown. Disgusting, says Pat. The 2 breasts of chicken were 3 slices and off brown. Disgusting. Well, isn't chicken brown? I think chicken is mostly brown. Well, why can't the armies... See... Brexit's going so well that we need the army to come in and shoot it. That's how well it's going. Gareth says, there are plenty of long-term jobless Brits with a driver's licence. Offer them free HGV training. If they refuse, take their benefits away. Well, I'll go one louder, Gareth. Why don't we just kill them if they refuse? We could mash them up into a paste and then fill the holes in the road with them. How about that? Anyway, he says there's plenty of long-term jobless Brits. I'm not sure that that's actually true. He says offer them free HGV training. If they refuse, take their benefits away. Granted, it won't solve the problem short-term, but shortages are a consequence of COVID and Brexit, and it's up to us to solve it ourselves without relying on foreign labour. Hey, Gareth, what if we can't? There's so many people who are experts in this industry that say that we need foreign labour. What if we can't do that? I mean, you know, this entire economy is based on exporting our manufacturing. We don't make anything here. Not really. We make cars for Japanese firms and German firms and maybe French firms, and there's almost no British car industry at all. We make almost no clothes. We make almost nothing, really. I think we do what's euphemistically called engines, by which I think they mean the weapons business. We sell a lot of that, right enough. But other than that, we've exported our manufacturing to other countries, which is why we get a load of stuff from China, is because the stuff that we used to make here, we now get made in China. When was the last time you bought a British-made television, for instance? We just don't do it anymore. Toasters, hoovers, I mean, any of that stuff. Vacuum cleaners, I mean. Actually, I bought a British vacuum cleaner. I bought a British vacuum cleaner. It sucks. It's actually very good. You know, as far as a vacuum cleaner goes. But, you know, most of the stuff we export. So you might as well say, well, let's not import any more stuff anymore. We'll just make it all here. Why can't we be more self-reliant? Because that's not how the world works. You get stuff made or grown where there is economy of scale and where labour is cheap enough to make the resulting product attractive to the customer. The reason that we don't buy shirts that are made in this country is because they would cost us 50 quid. And the reason that that shirts in some places are a tenner is because they get made by slaves in China. We're not remotely interested in increasing the manufacturing in this country if it adds another penny to the cost of the product on the shelf. That's the reason. So this pretend, like patriotic flag-waving nonsense about, well, we should only hire British people to do British jobs, that boat sailed. Practically everything we consume is made in other countries, not by accident, it's because we insisted it be cheap. Either that, or it's because other countries specialise in certain things, like Germany does, high-tech engineering products. All your electrical stuff, things like that. Oh, but no, because it's lorries, and we think that's the line in the sand. The sand's run out. It's just silly. There are plenty of long-term jobless Brits with a driver's licence. Well, there's plenty of long-term jobless Brits who could manufacture widgets. But the widget factories shut down because we get all our widgets from China now. Gareth. You're Egypt. But I mean that with great respect. Middlesex. Hello, Tony.
Hello.
Tony.
Hello. I would like to solve the world's problem on the rubbish.
Finally.
Have you seen, to start off, the new gadget they've come up with for revealing rust on metalwork, which is a plasma laser?
No.
There's a new gadget, but that gave me the idea of coming up with this idea.
A laser? It's a laser with plasma in it. Wow, that sounds fantastic.
It's like a little gun, so you just push the button and the laser comes out, and then as you go across the rusty metal, it turns it into brand spanking new metal again without doing no work. Just run the laser across it.
Wow! That's like science fiction.
Yeah, but that gave me the idea to solve the world's problem on the rubbish.
Vaporise it.
Exactly. So when you get two plasma lasers going against each other, no matter what you throw in there, the only two particles that come out of the bottom are two recyclable carbon. Everything else gets vaporised. So all of the plastic problem, solved.
Yeah, but where does it go, though? I mean, it produces smoke, surely?
No smoke, no vapour, no smell, no nothing. It just vaporises to nothing.
Wow. I think we could use that on people. Wouldn't that be great?
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Let's make a list.
But I know that people will say, well, how are you going to come around that problem? You could either do it two ways, where everybody has a miniaturised plasma in their house.
Yeah.
And then the government just come around and pick up the bag of carbon recyclable when your bag fills up.
Right.
Or you can have one in your actual town or city where you just take all of your rubbish there yourself and put it straight in, vaporised.
Right. Never mind about that. I want a plasma a plasma laser that I can attach to my head so I can vaporise anybody that gets in my way.
There may be a law against that one.
No, I don't think so. Well, I'll check on that, but I really don't think that there's a law against vaporising people with a plasma laser. Particularly if they get in your way. I want one front and rear on my car, so I can deal with, hatchback drivers that tailgate. I will deal out some roadside correction. Don't worry about that. Excellent work there, Tony. I'll have 2. When can you deliver them by?
Good evening, Nick.
Yes, sir.
I'm just going to have to congratulate them. I hate them, but you know what? They play such a good game, and I'm not talking tennis. The day after the biggest tax rises in the 1950s, they must have sat down in the cabinet office and went, right, we can't talk about breakfast. Breakfast. We can't talk about the vaccine. We can't talk about COVID. Right. There's nothing going on with wokeism. We killed an alpaca. We can't talk about that. We shouldn't have killed the alpaca. Keep quiet on that. Cabinet's just done a gaffe. What can we do? What can we go for? They must have a list of things. Right, migrants, French, foreigners, let's go with that. Pretty much hell, what have you got for us? And then literally they ran with that. you can just imagine their flow chart of we're in trouble. What do we go back to?
It's so predictable. It really is.
But But it's you gotta admire it. It works. 57% of people are happy with it because she'll never solve the problem. It doesn't have to solve the problem because the problem's doing its job for them. Yeah. It's an eternal issue. But I think if they get 50 million quid, the Golden Hind's still in dry dock. Why don't you get the Golden Hind out and start paying off those? Or even better than that, get the Spitfires back out.
Oh my God! Let's fire them up right now. Let's go.
Yeah. Just get them back over the channel because I've already seen some social media and it's very clever. Some social media's already had it's probably been circulated by their bots, and I can see it already. The people in the dinghies and they're going, "This is why your taxes have gone up." Them lot, and they're coming over here taking the jobs. And the timing's very good as well because we've had a half Chinese, half Romanian Canadian girl who lived in Britain since the age of 2 just win the Open, and we can ask the question what migrants do for us.
All right, well spotted there, Brent. Excellent work. Thanks, mate. 0345 6060 973. Yeah, this it's just, you can set your watch by it. If in doubt, start pointing at foreigners. Number 10 has confirmed that UK Border Force is set to deploy turnaround tactics to direct migrant boats back across the English Channel. And Number 10 is claiming that the public support the move. And by the public, they mean those members of the public who are likely to vote Tory at the next election. The Prime Minister's official spokesmodel said that staff were currently being trained in the new techniques under a plan developed by Home Secretary Priti Patel. You know Prissy Patel, don't you? Yeah, that's her. And that sounds like one of the most sinister sentences that I've ever uttered. Staff are currently being trained in the new techniques under a plan developed by Home Secretary Priti Patel. Be afraid. Be very afraid. The tactics are going to be used with the intention of redirecting migrant vessels away from UK waters and back towards France. The government's position is now exactly what I've been saying all this time. Push them back out to sea. Let them drown. Many lawyers and campaigners, of course, say that the idea of forcing the turnaround of boats of migrants will breach international maritime law, but Patel has worked with Attorney General Michael Ellis and expert QCs to draft a new policy. The PM's spokesperson said, We know this is a long-standing problem with the public expecting us to address it. It simply cannot be right that dangerous criminal gangs are able to exploit our most vulnerable and put their lives at risk. It needs to be addressed. It's what the public want, and it's what we're doing. Except that it's not what the public wants. It's what a loud and puce-faced number of the public want. It's a group of people that also quite like the idea of bringing back hanging and having the national anthem played at the end of the evening's telly, which should be at 10:30 sharp, by the way. There's no need for television or the wireless come to that being on past 10:30. It wasn't on past 10:30 when the Blitz was on and the bombs were raining out of the sky and there was nothing to eat. You know, the good old days. 13,500 migrants have crossed the Channel in small boats this year, including 1,000 in the past 2 days. And you might be thinking, why do all the refugees in the world come here? And if you do think that, I have an exciting investment opportunity in Nigeria I would like to interest you in. You seem like just the sort of easily persuadable dope I've been looking for. Current staff training aims to ensure the exciting new Prissy Patel tactics are ready to deploy as soon as practical and safe, government insiders said. These tactics will be used with the intention of redirecting migrant vessels away from UK waters and back towards France, where all the refugees belong. Yeah, that's what I can't understand. I mean, why people think that France should take all the refugees that apply to stay in France and the ones that want to come here. People seem to think that we're the only country on earth accepting migrants. There's 82 million refugees in the world at the moment, fleeing from war and famine and persecution. And we're getting in a froth because 0.01% of them came here. Shadow Secretary Nick Thomas Simmons condemned the plans. He said turning boats around at sea in the world's busiest shipping channel is dangerous and risks lives. Yes, but that's what the public wants, Nick Thomas Simmons. He said that she's even considering these dangerous proposals should show how badly she has lost control of this situation. You know, Prissy actually said that repelling all borders was her number one priority. I mean, it's just absolutely incredible, considering that she is the actual Home Secretary. It's like I said, crime's off the scale because the Tories defunded the police and the courts. The clear-up rate for crime is an abject failure. There's stabbings daily. If your car or your dog gets nicked, you can wave it bye-bye. And this is her number one priority. I mean, I would say that indicates she's not very good at her job. But I don't know what the job of the Home Secretary is in this administration. I mean, I think it's just coming up with daft, half-baked plans to get a headline and distract from the failings and the corruption of the administration. She's basically a horror headlines writer. She just has to come up with some soundbite to make it appear like she's tough on whatever pretend crisis of the day that she's manufactured, and job's done. She can put her feet up, have a nice cup of tea and a smirk. Number 10 also rejected claims of financial blackmail from the French Interior Minister after the UK suggested its £55 million paid to France was not producing results. The government has provided our French counterparts significant amounts of money previously, and we've agreed another bilateral agreement backed by millions of pounds, a spokesperson said. Yeah, I'm not sure that that's what the public wants. The Tories chucking millions of pounds at the French. I think we were promised that the cash would be coming in the opposite direction. I seem to remember something on the side of a bus about that. Still, cash is probably sitting at the top of those sunny uplands, which should be in view any day now. It'll be beautiful. Let's have a call in Thanet. Alan.
Hello, Nick.
Alan.
Hello, mate. You all right?
Yeah, good, thanks.
Yeah, how's your tooth?
I'm not doing teeth today. No teeth. It's a teeth-free zone.
You know, I was just wondering what you think about Priti Patel-backed medical test to prove young migrants' real age.
What kind of a medical test? Well, we'll cut them in half and count the rings.
They're saying that they're going to X-ray their teeth and wrist bones.
Does that work?
Well, I think if they look 40, I mean, so they come across, they're 40.
Yeah.
But they say they're 14, and they're going to go, we've got to X-ray you to check this out.
Well, I don't have a strong opinion one way or the other, really.
Yeah, I was just wondering. I thought, what you think. I mean, is it quite? Surely, someone that looks 14 and someone that looks 40.
Yeah, but somebody who's 40 can't pass for 14. I don't care what.
Yeah, but they're trying, though, aren't they?
40?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
Like sitting at school next to your little girl with a tash,
I don't think anybody who's 40 could pass for 14.
Yeah,
no.
But I think whether in there 40 might be taking it a bit extremes, but
too much.
You know a child when you see one, and
Yeah. Well, it depends. I mean, some children are enormous. I mean, like some kids these days, I don't know what they're feeding them, but some of them are huge. And, of course, if you've been in a war zone and you've just come across an entire continent, then you probably don't look your best. It probably has an ageing effect on you. But I don't think a 14-year-old would look 40 because of it. But anyway, keep your eyes peeled, Alan. 0345 6060 973. Sarah emails, we have those recycling bags in Abergavenny. They are absolutely brilliant, says Sarah. They really work. We didn't think much of them at first, but definitely a good way forward. Yeah, if you didn't hear me bang on about these earlier on, a council in Berkshire brought these in, and when I first saw them, I thought, this is no good. What a complete waste of money these are. Because they took the bins away. You've got to relinquish your bin, and they'll give you bags. And they're bags of sort of plasticised canvas with a weighted bottom so they don't blow away. And the top sort of folds over and remains in place so that they are weather resistant. They don't get wet inside. And at first I thought, well, this won't work because... and I was very, very critical at first, trying to pick holes in it, but I couldn't. And within quite a short period of time, I realised that I was looking at a work of rare genius. Because the thing with the wheelie bins is, if you put a newspaper in a wheelie bin, it still takes up as much space as about half a small car, even though it's got a paper in it. But if you put a newspaper in one of these bags, it just collapses down to the size of, it's a little bit bigger than a newspaper, but no bulkier than whatever is in it. It really is, they're brilliant, and they don't take up any space at all when they're empty. Folds right down. You don't need to build a hut in your garden to keep these blubbing things in, and even if you've got 4 of them, you can just pile them one on top of the next, and don't take up no space at all. 4 bins people have. They got the paper, and then the plastic and the metal, and then the ordinary bin, and the food bin as well. It's absolutely ridiculous. Nobody's got any room in their front garden for anything else. Bags, baby. That's the future. Accept it. Ask for them by name to a council near you. Say you want more bags. 0345 6060 973. Cleve texts. As kids, we've just had 2 small dustbins, one for rubbish, one for fire ashes. We now have 4 wheelie bins. Collection day is Thursday, but this week they still haven't collected the recycling bin, says Cleve. Yeah, 4 bins. It's just preposterous. Isn't it? It's just... Streets these days, on bin day, it's like an army of bins. It's like an invading army of Daleks is what it looks like. It's like we're all in a Doctor Who episode. This email says, could train companies help deliver more food freight overnight, thereby reducing long-distance road transport? Local transport would be needed only. More business for the train companies might also reduce passenger daytime fares. Well, you would think that somebody had already looked into that and concluded that it wasn't a viable option. I mean, it seems a reasonable thing to investigate, but, I mean, trains aren't new, so you'd think that people have already, decided that it's a no. Jim says, they got those canvas bins in Totnes, those canvas bags instead of the big plastic bins. They got them in Totnes, but the seagulls pick them up and fly away. Jim. If an animal is swooping out of the sky and picking up those huge bags and making off with them, that's not a seagull, that's a pterodactyl. Let's have Millbank. Hello, Stephen.
Hello, how are you?
Good, thanks.
It's a bit of a weird one. It's about the shortage of HGV drivers.
Yeah.
So, for myself, thanks to this wonderful pandemic we've been in, or we're still in now, I got made redundant from a profession. I was a pilot, and would you believe they're crying out for pilots, as well as my union emailing me, basically even looking to incentivise people by giving them some sort of loan in order to help fund their training.
I read about a pilot that became a lorry driver. Was that you? Were you in the paper?
Not me, no. Right. I try and keep a low profile.
But, I guess plane drivers are just drivers, aren't they? It's just a vehicle. I mean, it's not particularly difficult to handle, is it?
I mean, I've never driven a 12-ton truck, but,
right.
I mean, but I can't compare them to an aircraft, to be honest.
Yeah. Doesn't the aircraft do it all itself? It's like it is robot-driven, isn't it?
Correct.
Yeah.
There is an autopilot, yeah, but you still have to monitor it and check it's doing what you want it to do. You can't literally press on and fall asleep like on the film Airplane.
Right. Oh, okay.
It's not the big inflatable one that inflates like on the film Airplane.
Yeah. No, I remember it well. Yeah. But
is that where you start going to by the name Shirley?
Can it land itself and take off itself? If you just press the button.
It can't take off on its own, but aircraft do have a auto land function.
Do they?
If the weather is horrendous and you literally can't see anything, like you're in pea soup.
Yeah, but if the captain and the under captain, whatever his name is, the sub captain,
first officer,
Right. If they both have the fish, and the fish is, a bit iffy, then if, the one of the space waitresses comes back and says, can anybody fly a plane? You don't actually need to fly a plane. You just press the button marked land.
You still need to... Well, it's not just a button that says land. You still need to know how to configure it in order to do what you want it to do.
Oh, well, forget it then. We're all going to die.
Bit extreme, but, we're all fine. We're all going to die eventually if you're going to go down that route.
So you used to be a pilot, and now you're a lorry driver?
No, I'm not a lorry driver, but I got contacted by my union, and numerous people have been said, coming to us for kind of to fill the shortage.
But I didn't think that people were flying as much as they used to. I mean,
they're not, so they're just looking to kind of utilise and transfer skills as such.
Right. But didn't you start this by saying that people, that there's a shortage of pilots as well?
No, sorry, maybe if I misspoke. No, I said shortage of HGV drivers.
Right, okay. So anybody that used to be a pilot and wants to continue the driving, then get in a lorry.
Essentially, but it's not for me.
You don't have to land or take off.
And if you have a problem, you can pull over on the hard shoulder.
Yeah, it's all taxiing. Piece of cake. All right, thanks a lot, Stephen. 0345. Please put your trays up and your seat into an upright position. No smoking. 0345 6060 973. Colchester. Hello, Margaret.
Hello.
Margaret.
Yes, I just wanted to ask a question, really. You said that Priti Patel is, the border force are going to be taught the techniques for turning. And also it's been said many times that this is against maritime law. So are the border force being taught how to break the law?
No, it's all a distraction technique. None of it's serious. It's just to get headlines in a newspaper to take your mind off the catastrophic failings of this current administration.
Oh, only I don't think, I don't know, maybe you know more than I do, but I haven't heard what these techniques are. And I feel that, the public should know, and they should be open to lawyers and peer
will
reviews.
be. Yeah, believe me.
Peer review there should be, unions, all sorts of people looking at these techniques.
Yeah. As far as I know, what I read was that the technique is that they will use some armoured jet ski, like sort of, a millionaire's seaside play toy, to push a boat around, two of them, and send them back in the opposite direction. But of course, you can't do that with a boat that would be unsafe to do that with, which rules out any small boats, which is how people cross the channel, in a small boat.
Well, that's what I thought. And if there are children and babies and women and things, and we have seen, and there was a family, that died and all that sort of thing.
Right.
Jet skis trundling around, I just wonder if this is border force breaking the law, then I would like to know that somebody's watching their back, because they're like following orders, and they shouldn't be following orders to break the law.
Yeah, or potentially kill people. Yeah,
exactly. So
right.
I don't know whether anybody's really.
I wouldn't be too concerned about it, Margaret. It's just for headlines. It's just a distraction. Right. Just think, what would Donald Trump do? But at any given point, this administration is guided by the principle: what would Donald Trump do? If you just think, what would he do, then you know where the government is going to go next. He'd just throw a distraction bomb out the window to try to take the mind off his total failings.
Don't talk to me that way. I'm the president of the United States. Don't ever talk to the president that way.
Yeah, exactly. Or to put it another way.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Yeah, right. It's when she's threatening the French and you're not meeting your side of the bargain and blah blah blah. She's not talking to the French. She's talking to us, or not all of us. Talking to her fans. The cult fans. I mean, the only reason that the government care about migrants at all is because they know they just have to direct attention to someone that we don't know coming our way And the fear kicks in, and that's swiftly followed by hatred, and hatred gets votes. And that's what it's all about.